Ndio hiyo trouser, ndio hiyo kama ni short socks, viatu zimepangana tu hapo sure.
Mimi nilibaiwa kiatu 2009 Christmas tukiwa Ushago. Alafu sikuiva.
Ulipeleka wapi?
What happened is the eve of Christmas nilidungwa na mwiba. Like 2 inches of what is called bougainvillea.
2027
Yes.
between the government of Kenya and Italy reaffirms Italy's commitment to empowering women, aligning with Kenya's broad.
That is it.
But sasa I'm asking, Christmas is there, but Easter, what culture as Kenyans do we have when it comes to Easter?
Easter, I think watu wameshikilia Easter hii Kenya ni Wakatoliki.
True. True. Because me, from my memory about Easter, all I remember is my dad with his friends coming over, there being a lot of alcohol na nyama choma. I don't remember as in Easter. You know, unajua Christmas, unajua ni Christmas. But sasa I just thought it was another day out or another free day that my parents are home. That's all I remember. But ile ati sasa ni Easter na najua, because we used to get Friday, because it used to come in between first term. Was it first term?
Ilikuwa holiday first term, April.
Yeah. April situ tulikuanga end of a whole month.
Sure.
What used to happen?
April. Si ilikuwa time ya Easter.
So the whole month we are at home.
But ilikuwa 3 weeks. Hiyo holiday April ilikuwa short lived.
But Easter used to come in the first week.
You know, it used to change. Kama ina changing, inaenda first week, then the next year the second week, then the other year the third week, then the other year the fourth week.
Yeah, I remember when it used to, because my memory is coming when it used to be the first week, so bado hatujafunga shule. So I remember tunapewa Friday off na Monday off. So you
have one long weekend.
Yeah, one long weekend. So that's basically what it was. But anyway, let's just form more cultures in and around.
At least we have something that we will tell the generations to come. Yeah. During our days, but Christmas was Christmas.
I'm asking, what will we build as culture? Ama will still continue with
sisi celebrations is every day. Kama saizi kuna sherehe tu mahali, we having nothing to celebrate.
But now that does not incorporate children.
Now the problem is,
remember the days when we used to get excited over bouncing castles? Hata sasa inaweza
bouncing
mtu akinilipia bouncing castles sasa inaweza
na face painting. Do you know what face painting was?
Hey, it was how much was it? I think it was 50 bob per
quarter, 10 bob.
I know.
Na kuna kabaluni kalikuwa ukisha face painting, there was a crown you had to put on. That kabaluni ilikuwa inakunjwa na some technique, alafu inapampiwa na some kapamp, unavalishwa, alafu hapa juu kana kaka snake.
But to some extent that feels like kienyo behavior.
No, when they were coming out they were not kienyo.
They were.
No, around 2007 to 2009 it was not kienyo. Zimekuja kuwa kienyo hapa kutoka 2012 when everybody is now doing them.
I don't think I ever did that. I think I wanted to, but my mom did not allow me. That's a part of my childhood.
Na ile kitu ya bubbles, ya kublow bubbles.
Ilikuwa inaitwaje? Ilikuwa na jina ama tulikuwa tudaiweka tu ya bubbles?
It was bubble, lakini now that is what brought the people.
Anyway,
let me not say that.
That was a short breather. We were just reminiscing the good old days when it came to the holidays and Christmas. And on to some more news that is happening in and also around the country is some good news. I don't know if when our governor, is he professor ama is he doctor? Bwana Sakaja.
Super governor
Sakaja. When he came into power, into office, he gave forth the Nairobi festival. Did you go for it last year?
No, never. I attended it virtually.
Hey, it was not virtual, bro.
Nilikuwa naona picha, si ni virtual.
Okay. Well, I went and it was amazing. They say it will also be happening. But now the issue was sahi watu walikuwa nashangaa itahapenia wapi juu Uhuru Park imefungwa. Well, Uhuru Park will officially be opened to the public on December 12th, following months of closure due to renovations carried out by the Kenya Defence Forces. And according to Anastasia Nyadliti, the Nairobi County Executive for Inclusivity, Public Participation and Customer Service, the official opening of the park will coincide with the second edition of the Nairobi Festival. So the first day of the Nairobi Festival will also be the day when Uhuru Park will be opened, and the Nairobi Festival will be going for 7 days, so it will be 6 days. It will be ending at around 17th and also 18th of December. She indicated that despite the park being ready to be handed over to the county government, it still requires some final touches, and Kenyans have been unable to access the park since 2021 following renovations that were being undertaken by the defunct Nairobi Metropolitan Services in conjunction with the military. And however, in December 2022, 2022. The park was opened briefly to facilitate the first edition of the Nairobi Festival. Notably, as per the earlier schedule, the park was to be officially opened by former President Uhuru Kenyatta on September 12, 2022. However, due to weather conditions, the opening was pushed to a later date. It is yet to be clear whether there will be entry fee charges to access the venue. Previously, Johnson Sakaja had refuted reports of a 50 shillings entry fee. Meanwhile, the second edition of the Nairobi Street Festival will run for 6 days and end on December 17th, not 18th as I had said earlier. This year's event is set to feature art shows, music concerts and talent search programs. Very good initiative over there from Bwana Sakaya. And he's doing because he used to also be an artist. Was he a rapper or a singer or just a musician? But he was an artist. I think he still is. It's just that right now he's preoccupied with his political endeavors. But this is a very good venture. But sasa mimi, my issue was, why should people, because there was that whole debate, mbona anataka kulipisha, because Uhuru Park is for the common mwananchi, na kuanga mtu ametoka kutafuta kazi huko Upper Hill or huko community or around Nairobi West or even just here in town, and then amechoka tu, just go there, take a breather. But then waambie mtu with all that stress that they have in their mind, and then waende hapo walipe entry fee ya 50 bob. That's really not. And it's a park, it's a public park. Despite the renovations costing money, that's still taxpayers' money, and we will still pay it in a way eventually. But still, I don't agree with the entry fees being imposed on anyone who wants to join it, because it didn't have a gate, but it didn't have a fence. Unaingia tu kwa barabara, unavuka, you just hop into Uhuru Park. But let's hope. I can't wait to see the renovations. I think you should promise people that you will go for Nairobi Festival this week.
This week?
This coming December.
I can promise.
You can promise.
Promise.
It is a very fun thing. I went there last year. Very interactive. It was very much promoting Kenyan culture. There was Kenyan street food everywhere, and it was not overpriced. It was very, very okay. And also we had
lakini wasanii walisema hawakulipwa.
Eventually they were paid. They were not paid in time, but eventually they were paid.
Okay.
And but yeah, it was a very good venture over there.
Now,
I can't wait to see what has happened.
First of all, oh, sorry for
I was to talk
short.
about this Uhuru Gardens.
Yes.
Hey, I went and saw it. Very, very beautiful.
Sure.
Very, very beautiful. It just looks like a state-of-the-art thing. Even as I was walking around, I'm shanga, hey, niko New York, ama niko.
Are they charging?
At that time, I had gone for Soulfest.
Yes.
So I don't know, but from the outlook and the ambience and the way it just looked from the appearance, it was very beautiful.
Sure.
Yeah.
First of all, let me congratulate former President Uhuru Kenyatta's government for the renovation that they did in those two parks. Uhuru Gardens, if you went to Uhuru Gardens nakumbuka, it was still beautiful. Ile time ulikuwa unapata the warthogs huko na nini. But again, it was free of charge.
There were warthogs.
Yeah, there were warthogs.
Uhuru Gardens ama Uhuru Park? Uhuru
Gardens.
Hey, the last time I went to Uhuru Gardens, despite the recent one, was back when I was, I think, in pre-unit.
Hata pre-unit ilikuwa msitu zaidi sasa. Si hapa Kani.
I can't remember back then.
I've gone there for a number of times. It was a beautiful place. But again, what President Uhuru Kenyatta and of course through the KDF, what they made Uhuru Gardens look like, it is indeed a state-of-the-art infrastructure, and also what they have done in Uhuru Park. What I can say, Uhuru Park translated is the Freedom Park. Don't put restrictions over there. Don't think because it is beautiful, there's only one class that should be visiting that place. One social class that should be visiting that place. Just put bins over there to ensure there is no littering. Just put enough security over there so that people can feel free when they are doing their things over there. You can
have the NYS.
Sure, there. But don't charge people. To get charge. Ile kitu ningeomba Sakaja, after mumefungua Uhuru Park, funga Jivanji, renovate Jivanji. Because Jivanji does not look like a park, bwana.
It just looks like a sport.
Yes. Right now, ukitoka tao,
but there have been, I've not passed in Jivanji for a very, very long time. But nilikuwa naanza wakieka steps, like pavement, blah, blah, blah.
Kuna. Walifanya hivyo, alafu tena ikaharibika, wakaeka clay soil tena. Saizi kumenyesha, you cannot even pass through Jivanji.
That's crazy. Anyway, it's exactly 9:05 a.m. here at UNC Radio. The Sound of Knowledge will be coming right up with the newspaper in just a few with Jeff Ian here in studio. And we've been talking about Christmas, and it has put me in the Christmas mood. Are you feeling in the Christmas mood? Well, if you're not feeling in the Christmas mood, I'm just about to put you in the Christmas mood. Well, coming right up is a hit that happens every single year. It's All I Want for Christmas by the one and only legendary Mariah Carey.
Don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true.
All I Want for Christmas by Mariah Carey. Collins Kimata ananiambia hiyo ni ya Christmas kweli. Niambia sisi tumezoea jingle bells. Anyway, welcome back to the Sound of Knowledge. Welcome back to UNC Radio. This is indeed one of the best, actually not one of them, is the best breakfast experience for you today, being the 24th of November 2023. Na leo nataka tuzamie katika magazeti, and today by reading one newspaper you have read all the papers, and actually I can just tell you for sure newspapers don't have stories today. It's only that one story, and it's all about KCPE results. Wale wa kitambo kidogo, sometimes back a day like this, although it never used to happen in December, it used to happen some days after Christmas. Today is one day that I believe the media houses really sold newspapers because of the KCPE results, and the newspapers by then. Yesterday I saw the minister doing it very in a different way. The last time I watched KCPE results being released was around 6-7 years ago, and by then the minister would read the best performing students, the best performing schools. But yesterday the minister just announced, actually the highest mark. He never even mentioned the name of the highest scoring candidate. But back then, ilikuwa inareleasiwa nataja the top 10 students, the top 10 schools. I think they also used to mention the best student per county or per district by then. And the papers zilikuwa zinaanza na top 20 kwa first page. You go to the second page, you have from number 21 to number 100. Then the third page is about the best performing schools, then how students performed each county. And those were good old days. If you come to my shags, you will find a very, very well preserved picture of one of the dailies over there. My cousin anaitwa Julie Ngoge. She was Dr. Julie Ngoge, by the way, Kenya's best in 2012 rather. Ulipata marks ngapi KCPE?
Why are you putting me on the spot? Hebu tuanze na yako.
Mimi nilikuwa na marks mzuri.
Sema.
I went to a good school.
Sema. I also went to a good school.
If you hear me saying that I went to Lenana school, just know I went there because of good marks.
Just you say the marks.
Okay, I will not say the marks.
Then why do you want me to say my marks?
It was less than 417 and more than 415.
Nyinyi watu wa nani? No. You are what was his name? You are the class of 2016 or 2015.
I was in Kaimenyi's class.
Exactly. That class, I do not trust it. You people passed exceptionally well, and there was a lot of cheating. So mtu wa hiyo mwaka mimi.
Can you?
No.
Defend yourself in a court of law.
It is speculation. It is alleged, yes, but still, I do not trust you people. Mimi ni watu wa, what was his name?
Not Magoha.
Not Magoha.
It was not Magoha.
What was his name? Mbona jina yake inapotea?
Matiang'i.
Yes, I am Matiang'i's team, and anywhere we go, I think that should also, people in HR should be communicated should get this communication that anyone who did Matiang'i's exam is someone who is legit.
No, bro, we did Magoha's KCSE.
No, that is still different from Matiang'i. Mimi, I did Matiang'i's KCPE, and I can tell you it was not easy. It was not a walk in the park. It was very, very hard. And I remember back in the day, during that year, I think the top had 430 or 425 and it was very, very strict. So there's no discussion over there of someone who did it in ulifanya 2015.
Wewe sema max yako tuendelee na gazeti.
407.
Which school?
New Light Academy.
407 New Light.
Yeah.
My brother.
Usinijaje. Bado niko yeye.
New Light is one of the.
No, I know, but I don't know. I really don't know what happened. To be honest, I really don't know what happened.
But therefore 407 New Light you had. Okay, let me not say it failed.
No, but I
you had passed, by the way.
I had passed because even the top, actually, I don't know if she's listening right now, but the top person in our school was one of our radio presenters.
Tuseme Beverly.
It's Beverly. I think she got 420 something.
Beverly alikuwa na 420.
Beverly ni chops. Unadhani anakuja hapa kufanya book club akijua when she's not knowing what she's talking about. She's a very smart girl. I remember back in the time she was the top candidate in our school, and for some surprising reasons, back at that time our school was very funny because we used to be categorized classes. Not just whether you have different streams. Such as they would go in terms of sharpness.
Yes.
So
private schools used to do that thing a lot.
Ours was very, very bad because ulikuwa unateremshwa. Kwanza it was so bad because
utakupeleka class 8 west.
Utaenda south.
It's like you are going to a lower class 8.
And then it was so bad kwanza when it came to, in class 8 people used to have like relationships and stuff. Sasa when maybe girls were being asked to uko na boyfriend kwanza. And then the worst part also addition to being categorized in classes, we used to have separate classes for girls and boys.
What?
From class 6. So if there was South, there's South boys and there's South girls. So that's extra competition because South boys do not want to be defeated by South girls.
So how many streams were there?
There was SK. SK was for the smart people. There was South. No, between South there was South boys and South girls. There was East. There was East boys and East girls. And then there was GB. Was it GB? I think it was GB. So those are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 6 streams. The only one that had girls and boys together was the sharpest, which was called SK, and the a bit challenged wa huko chini kabisa walikuwa wanaitwa GB. They didn't even put any effort in naming the class because waliita GB, girls and boys. I found that very shady. Yeah, so I remember when girls would maybe have a boyfriend, maybe they're in SK, and then you have a squabble with someone, some ruffle of feathers, mtu unaambia wewe hata boyfriend yako kwa East Boys. So it was kind of a jab, like your boyfriend is dumb.
I know anyway, school actually private schools used to do that, of course, for their business.
Yeah, business purposes.
I know a school that used to have it was one school mkisoma, but in terms of exam they register 2 schools. So if it is UNC school, they have UNC school and UNC Elite school. Ikifika time ya exam, the maybe top 50 they are registered to UNC Elite, nyingine mnaachwa UNC school. So when the results are being read, of course wale wa UNC Elite watakuwa na 400. So it is categorized as one of the best schools in the country.
That is exactly what our school was doing.
Watu wamefanya biashara na KCPE.
That is exactly what our school was doing. I remember Matiang'i called out the school at that time, and then I remember there was some propaganda, tumenganganywa 20 marks kila mtu. Unajua ile like you failed, but we don't want to accept it. But anyway, it's okay.
Sure.
Life still moves on. KCPE is not the end of life. Even maybe someone who's listening to us and maybe they scored poorly, or in their opinion they scored poorly. Trust me, you will get another chance in life. It's not the end. There are very many people here moving around with 150, 170, and they're making money. They're still living their dreams. So it's all about what you do with your life and not what you get in examinations.
For sure. And by the way, as a parent and as a teacher, or this KCPE, I can tell you the exam was very, very standard. Ukiona the highest candidate pata 428. Let me just tell you, the 400s over there are very few, and the 300s are so many, and ukipata hata mtu akona 310, that's still a very good mark. Hata 250 by the way is a very good mark, because I understand only 2,000 candidates out of the 1.4 million.
And we cannot all be intellectuals.
By the way, let us just get to the newspapers because of time. Anyway, today I have 3 newspapers, but I'm just going to look into one of them. Actually, sasema ni gani, because all the newspapers just have one story, and that is KCPE results 2023. Now, yesterday marked the last time KCPE results were being released. And speaking yesterday when he was releasing the exams, that is Education Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Machogu. He applauded the 844 system and how more than 26 million Kenyans have passed through KCPE, and how the 844 system has shaped the lives and the country at large. Now, yes, that was the last time the Cabinet Secretary was releasing a KCPE marks, owing that was the last class of the 844 system, and more than 1.4 KCPE candidates received their results yesterday, and the minister ordered that only 2 candidates did not receive their results due to cheating due to exam malpractices. On the other hand, he said that more than 900 candidates who did not sit for their exams because of various reasons, one of them being not being registered, are going to be given a second chance. And this is the first time such a thing is happening, and of course it's happening because there is no other KCP, so they are going to be given a chance in January to sit for another special paper so that they can be placed in various secondary schools. Some other good news is that the minister said the KCPE exam, the KCPE candidates will get placement before Christmas, and I think this is good because I understand they will be joining sometimes in late January. So this is going to give the parents almost more than 1.5 months to prepare, of course, for the Form 1 placement, which is normally a very tedious and very expensive process. And of course, all the candidates, no matter how many marks each one scored, the minister said that each and every one of them will be placed in a secondary school. And again, some very good news that he said that the secondary schools in the country have the capacity to accommodate all the Form 1 intakes of 2024. The minister also gave some very good news. He said that all the teachers who marked and assessed the KCPE 2023 exams have received their payments, and also assured that those who have assessed and will mark the KCSE, which is actually ending today, although a number of them have finished yesterday, but those who take physics rather are finishing today, and we wish all the KCSE candidates the very best. He also assured that KCSE assessors and markers will also be paid in time. The minister also said The school capitation, which has been a very big issue and has sent most of the schools into debt, so that the schools will receive their capitation early January as the schools start the academic calendar. In terms of performance, for the first time in a while, the number of boys happened to be more than that of the ladies, with the boys registering around 41% and the girls registering almost 49%. The minister also applauded how KCP has managed to bring what is called gender balance, owing that when the exam was starting 39 years ago, this is not how the numbers looked like. Anyway, just looking at the numbers, a total of more than 1.4 million Kenyan shillings, 1.4 candidates start for their examinations, and out of them 8,525 candidates scored a total of 400 marks and above, and around 2,000 of them scored between 001 marks and 0099, owing that the majority of the students were between 200 marks and 299 marks. We want to wish all the candidates who received, who passed, who just did their KCP, want to wish them well, no matter how many marks they got, and we wish them the very best as even they go to the next step of their lives, that is into secondary education. Anyway, just looking at some of the students, the highest candidate was from Riara Springs Academy with 428 marks. That is Michael Warutere, from Riara Springs Academy, and the Warutere name is a very notable name in the academic sector. In the academia. Don't know if he is from the Warutere family, but he was followed closely by Jacinta Bethany Kasundi of St. Anne's Mumias Primary School with 427. Khadija Eunice from Light Academy Mombasa scored 426. Felix Ochola from Rai Kanyika Primary School in Kisumu East scored 426 also, and Deborah Alwell from Ndima Kanini scoring 425. Those are the top 5. But again, there are notable schools again making lists. Making to the list of our best performing students. We can see Riara Springs, St. Anne's Mumias Light Academy, Ray Kinyaka, Ndima Kanini, St. Peter's Elite, St. Anne's Mumias once again, Chogoria Girls Boarding Primary School, Lakewood Emelt Kitengela, Precious Hope School, Kisii County, St. Matthew's Learning Center, which had over 5 students in the top 20 best performing students: Little Friends Junior Academy Naivasha, Moi Primary School Nairobi, and Rofin School Nairobi. Those are some of the schools, and once again we want to wish all the candidates who did their KCP, the last KCP, the very best. Nikimalizia na gazeti, let me just tell you about sports news. Of course, the EPL had taken short international break, and the EPL is resuming this Saturday, and tomorrow we have a very big football match where Man City will be hosting one of the biggest rivals, Liverpool, tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. at Etihad Stadium. Burnley will host West Ham, Luton City will host Crystal Palace, Chelsea will be visitors to Newcastle, Nottingham Forest will host Brighton, Sheffield United will host Bournemouth, and Arsenal will be visitors to Brentford. On Sunday, Tottenham Hotspurs will host Aston Villa, Manchester United will be visitors to Everton, and the last game of game week 13 of the EPL will be on Monday 27th when the Wolves visit Fulham. Those are some of the stories making headlines in the dailies today. But just before I leave, just to remind you, something special is happening in the school. That is the Women in Leadership, Women's Leadership in Climate Action, and they're talking about strategies and transformative solution. And as they begin their 16 days of activism in a process called Activate Nairobi. It's happening from 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. at Chandaria Hall, University of Nairobi. And some of the keynote panelists include Miss Micheline Ruto, that is I can call her the first daughter, as she had called herself, who is a youth champion. There will also be Elizabeth Wadhuni, Miss Francisca D. Mateo, and Dr. Mary Lucia Mbidi. So if you are within the compound, please make sure you pass by Chandari Auditorium and of course get some insights from women's leadership in climate actions.
oh. Nilikuwa natafuta rafiki atakaye kuwa wa kudumu. Nilikuwa nimekosa tumaini, kwani binadamu hubadilika kama kinyonga. Oh, tangu nikupate Yesu sitafuti tena, upendo wako unanipa nguvu. Nikiwa nawe Yesu nitaogopa nani? Nitaogopa nini? Najua hutaniacha pawe na shida basi wewe ni mwaminifu milele. Najua hutaniacha pawe na shida basi wewe ni mwaminifu milele. Rafiki kadhaa punde shida ilipoingia nao waliondoka, nikalia mpaka nilipokumbuka kuwa kuna rafiki asiyebadilika. Tangu nikupate Yesu sitafuti tena, upendo wako unanipa nguvu Baba. Nikiwa nawe Yesu nitaogopa nani? Nitaogopa nini? Najua hutaniacha pawe na shida basi wewe ni mwaminifu milele. Najua hutaniacha pawe na shida basi wewe ni mwaminifu milele. Najua hutaniacha pawe na shida basi wewe ni mwaminifu milele.
Remind everyone that at the food store there is some breakfast, some light breakfast, so feel free to go and grab it, and it will start in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Morungu Baba imbeje otentiga non tonuije diomaninka Baba inkomanya otentiga kwena denana gotenayo Baba mweteke kwa magita jonte inkomanya otentiga kwena denana gotenayo Baba mweteke kwa magita jonte. Ola chua hutaniacha pawe na shida basi taniacha Baba oye matatizo basi najua hutaniacha pawe na shida basi Baba wewe ni mwaminifu milele. Baba hutaniacha ni rafiki wa kweli nimepata
Wafutani Archer. It's exactly 29 minutes past the top of the hour, and you have been listening to the Morning Mojo Show. Here with me, John Chacha, and my wonderful co-host, Mr. Who?
Mr. JF Ian.
And it's been a wonderful show. But sasa muda umeanza kutupa kisogo, inasema wakati wa kuenda umefika. Lakini sasa we're going for it's not a long weekend, it's just a normal weekend as compared to any other weekend, but it's going to be very fun and interactive. Where are you going for the weekend?
Maybe this weekend. Tomorrow I'm going to release some boys who got initiated, so we're going to see them off. Then Sunday, it's been 2 weeks since I last went to church. So Sunday nitaenda kanisa.
Sawa.
Monday.
So do you have any thing to say before we leave?
My parting shot is next Friday is 1st of December. Whatever you do with that information, it's up to you.
So anyway, you guys have a good day, have a good weekend. For those of you who are going to see Gabzi tomorrow, have fun, keep your phone safe, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back on Monday, same time, same place. This is the Morning Mojo Show. Here with me, John Chacha, and my wonderful co-host, Mr. Jeff Ian. It's been nice, it's been real. Thank you. See you next time.
Hasta la vista.
You would cross an ocean, so I wouldn't drown. You've never been closer than you are right now.
Let's sing it out, y'all.
You are a child. You are enough. Child, you are enough. So I will be content even in every circumstance.
You are a
Child, you are enough.
forever enough, always enough, more than enough. Forever enough, always enough, more than enough. I don't wanna forget how I feel right now on the mountain top. I can see so clear what it's all about.
To stay by my side when the sun goes down. Don't wanna forget how I feel right now. Child, you are enough.
You are
Child, you are enough.
so I will be
I will be content
right now.
be content.
Even in this
In every circumstance, Jireh, you are enough.
I will be content. Every circumstance.
You are enough.
Sambisa. If I touch your body, make you touch under my short nigga.
And girl, your love don't blind me. I can be like Papa Frio. If I come in sachet, you go carry my embryo.
Carry me go where I don't know. Pass my polo, your body cool my pressure. Body cool my pressure. Carry me go where I don't know. Pass my polo, your body cool my pressure. Body cool my pressure. Boy, you reset to my precinct. Yo, this your back in a asset. I'll make you spend on my house rent. Say this your body in a project. Oh, my licha. I won't fuck a mission. Carry calamity. I want your be like someone.
See Maradona. She won't play me corner. She won't give me for my city. See Maradona. See Maradona. She won't play me corner. Give me for
carry me go where I don't go.
pass my polo. Body cool my pressure. Body cool my pressure.
Carry me go where I don't go.
Pass my polo. Your body cool my pressure.
Body cool my pressure. Carry me go where I don't go.
Pass my polo. Body cool my pressure. Body cool my pressure.
Carry me go where I don't go.
Pass my polo. Body cool my pressure.
Body cool my pressure.
All right, go.
I want to flex my love, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. Die woo, oh die woo, yeah, oh die woo, die woo, oh die woo, yeah, oh die woo, die woo, oh die woo, yeah, oh die woo, die woo, oh die woo, yeah, oh die woo. You know that my body calling, and your body big. Loving you, they make me forget, say I get broken. By the end of the night, enter bathroom, fresh up. I want to flex my love, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. Die woo, oh die woo, yeah, oh die woo, die woo, oh die woo, yeah, oh die woo, die woo, oh die woo, yeah, oh die woo, die woo, oh die woo, yeah, oh die woo. Who the f*** is your bestie? Danny bro, You don't want to find my trouble. Enter bathroom, fresh up. She me you come through when your heart break. Push and she heart break. Now me the bite clear for your man thing. Enter bathroom, fresh up. I want to flex my love, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. Die woo, oh die woo, yeah, oh die woo, die woo, oh die woo, yeah, oh die woo, die woo, oh die woo, yeah, oh die woo, die woo,
you don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kilo come become person matter, person we don't mind, boy. When I land softly on the sofa, so far so good. Koni bajo, let me see you. Oh lo lo lo, let me see you. Oh lo lo lo, bukao, let me bukao. Let me see you, the buka. Oh lo lo lo, let me see you. Oh lo lo lo, bukao, let me bukao. Let me see you, the buka. Oh lo lo lo, let me see you. Oh lo lo lo, bukao, let me bukao. Let me see you, the buka. Oh lo lo lo, let me see you. Oh lo lo lo, bukao, let me bukao. Let me see you, the buka. Better, go get the dollar. Wake up. Okora, la odila. Don't walk, don't try. Supposed to be high. Kilo come chef water. Let's see what I'm at. When I land softly on a sofa floor. So far so good. Koni bajo, let me see you. Oh lo lo lo, let me see you. Oh lo lo lo, bukao, let me bukao. Let me see you, oh lo lo lo, let me see you. Oh lo lo lo, bukao, let me bukao. Let me see you, oh lo lo lo, let me see you. Oh lo lo lo, bukao, let me bukao. Let me see you, oh lo lo lo, let me see you. Oh lo lo lo, bukao, let me see you. Let me see you. You don't walk, you don't try. You're supposed to then fight. Leave me on my bed. You don't walk, you don't try. You're supposed to then fight. Yeah. Don't sleep. Wake up. Collect your money. Wake up. Collect your money. Wake up. Pera, go get the moolah. Wake up. Konito kala. Kala koya la odila. Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kilo come become person matter, person we don't mind, boy. When I land softly on the sofa floor. So far so good. Koni bajo, let me see you. Oh lo lo lo, let me see you. Oh lo lo lo, bukao, let me bukao. Let me see you, the buka. Oh lo lo lo, let me see you. Oh lo lo lo, bukao, let me bukao. Let me see you, the buka. Oh lo lo lo, let me see you. Oh lo lo lo, bukao, let me bukao. Let me see you, the buka. Oh lo lo lo, let me see you. Oh lo lo lo, bukao,
don't try. Supposed to divide.
Mwana moke alela kabombo, mwana moke onazolela chichi chibola eke.
Quartier latin international, Génération Arena, Trivial Poursuite.
Nazali kaka se moko ya lingaka yo, pourquoi lelo okomotikama na bashokola amour. Ma tendresse, ma affection, lelo et va perdu. Chichichi bola, mana komana kolela lena. Oyoza et toi, nanaza langi. Viki beaucoup fait de moussaï, Marie Ndalamba. Tome sananga na yo, tozala kelongo. Chichi, chibolo komisanga, blessé de guerre. Ma tendresse, ma affection, lelo et va perdu. She love my front. Mana komana kolela lena mama. Balle perdue,
Balle perdue,
balle perdue.
Docteur Ducat, Serge, Mama Rufa, Yannick Darosa, Miguel. Motema etondi baye matin. Baba choc et succédé na ba choc. Tala ndenge komise ngai mwana moto mawa. Tala ndenge nakomi moke na taya fumi na kondi. Baninga balembi kobondela ngai natikolela chichichi bola. Au secours olingo ekotinga na basensi unique ya motema chichichi bola. Olingo en flagrant délire. Détention immédiate. Hey. Motema langezi infirmité. Chichichi bola so calculer tangaite. Tala ndenge okomisi mwana moto malheureux. Tala ndenge nakomi moke na teya fuli makumbungu. Epai wapi orphelino ya bato bakufisa bolingo ezangi. Caroline Safi. Va penser na yeko ya kobomanga chichichi bola. Zala na mawa. Solange Bouete Tanga Sola. Marcus Maloki Diani. Yoka de Quadra. Osiamboka.
Eyule, shira kumingana love. Eyule, chicha kumingana love. Chifala boya mana ena mate. Chichifala boya mana saison.
Lionel Kinsala.
Soye kumaye. Chicho kuminga.
Joue de colonne.
Kuminga. Chibolo paringa. Kuparinga. Chibolo kuminga.
Stéphanie Mpaka. Moué Gasson.
Na miso nazana pongi pasi na motema kake. Esikotiata mwelengi chichokomi ndeko bomae. Esikolukata mwakai chichiti kosalaka nai. Esikokumata servola chichokoma kumba seksoe. Yako kwanza potae. Chibola yako fula potae. Kwanza kora yako kwanza potae. Oh chichi mon amour, ma naza sans défense. Amour nanga sans abri, exposé na souci. Matisme si éclair, par route principale à motema. Pesanga na moi l'amour, nazongisi no pire l'amour. Pesanga na moi l'amour, tu es le plus beau cadeau que la vie m'a offert. Chichi bolala.
Eyule, shira kumingana love. Eyule, chicha kumingana love. Chifala boya mana ena mate. Chichifala boya mana saison. Soye kumaye. Chicho kuminga. Kuminga. Chibolo paringa. Kuparinga. Chibolo kuminga.
Bongotima motato makodige. Je peux t'abandonner, c'est mon amour pour ta chiboula. Maman, maman, bébé, ta chiboula, yaya, Aurélia, Bacha. Chiboula nos cœurs, c'est sans choisi. Chiboula mon paresse, chiboula, Aurélia. Chiboula. Tala nenge na komi, na ukutu bien. Bambela wapita bodo na bolingo lelo na komi mioto. Songola na uo, sante na nga, pezonga. Bolingo mwana mekumi moteme koti molimo. Epana ngazo se ya kuna wiso. Chichichi bola na
ngai titi tala mama tibola elenga mafuta nzoye Chichi vraiment mon amour nazolala te nazozwa te mponginya petit nazonyokama nazolela olimono les oiseaux se cachent pour mourir. Chichi, tu as mis fin à tous mes délires. Chichi, tu es le plus exquis des élixirs. Chichi, Quita Libella, Elvis a Didier mort. Chichi, Chibolès, Chichi, mon ivresse. Chichi, y'a Aurélien. Chichi, mon amour. Rose et Jack dans le film Titanic. Leur amour avait beau être fantastique, mais le mien pour toi est bien plus épique. Chichi mon amour, ta beauté est si mystique. Chibolès ne me délaisse ni ne laisse. Henri-Pierre Mafoulou. Sandra Kazadi. Chicha Bunimana, Falo Boyama, Naekamate, Chichi Falo Boyama, la saison de pluie, soyez Boumaye, Chicho Bomima, Obomima, Chibolo Barema, Obarema, Chibolo Bomima.
From Bamandait, Libyanka. I've been drinking more alcohol for the past 5 days. Did you check on me? Now did you look for me? I walked in the room, eyes are red, and I don't smoke banga. Did you check on me? Did you check on me? Now did you notice me? Nobody will know the paranoia. Cause I put a smile on my face, a facade you can never face. And if you don't know me well, you won't see how buried I am inside my grave. Inside my grave. Cause you don't see people don't really know you. They don't really know you. Cause you don't see people they don't really know you. They don't really know. I've been drinking more alcohol for the past 5 days. Did you check on me? Now did you look for me? I walked in the room, eyes are red, and I don't smoke banga. Did you check on me? Did you check on me? Now did you notice me? Holy Father, they drive on my head. Cause they make you no leave me deep. Holy Father, oh, make you try to understand. Yeah, who can no day for you? Cause you see people don't really know you. They don't really know you. Cause you see people, they don't really know did you look for me? I walked in the room, eyes are red and I don't smile. Did you check on me? Did you check on me? Or did you notice me? I've been drinking more alcohol for the past 5 days. Did you check on me? Or did you look for me? I walked in the room, eyes are red and I don't smoke banga. Did you check on me? Did you check on me? Or did you notice me?
Makofi, tutapiga makofi. Yo, piga makofi, piga makofi. Piga makofi tafadhali. Yo, piga makofi, tutapiga makofi.
Nasikia hiyo sound.
Yalongombas, yalongombas, yalongombas.
Nasikia hiyo sound.
Yalongombas, yalongombas, yalongombas.
Nasikia hiyo sound.
Yalongombas, yalongombas, yalongombas.
Nasikia hiyo sound.
Yalongombas, yalongombas, yalongombas. Shake kwa ngoma sasa, na shake visawa kama una rasa. Mambo vipi, sister vipi? Songa karibu ni kushike vifiti. Kwa hii rhythm inabidi, can you feel me? Longombas kwenye rhythm, washa engine. Sexy lady. Pole pole mama, akata visawa usinumize mama. Mda bado, kata mama, kata mama, kata mama. Mda bado, pole pole sister, akata visawa usinumize sister. Mda bado, kata sister, kata sister, kata sister. Mda bado, piga makofi, piga makofi, piga makofi tafadhali. 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 Nimeingia kwenye party, novishika maiki, Krista shika wifi. Kiriba, kiriba, yo piga makofi. Kiriba, kiriba, maze piga makofi. Hey, brother way, hey, sister way, hey, check you. Kitu, kitu, inapita, isiende, shike yo. Kitu, kitu, so wapa nachotaka, kinozungusha, wapa nachotaka. Mama, wapa nachotaka, kinozungusha, wapa nachotaka. Mama, wapa nachotaka, kinozungusha, wapa nachotaka. Mama, mama, wapa nachotaka. Mama, piga makofi, piga makofi, piga makofi tafadhali. 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 Oh my sweetie, oh my honey, jo nikukamate, tutashuka chini kwa chini. Nipe mato sicheze chakacha, wanichanganya hapa kutachacha. Wacha usicheze chakacha, wanichanganya hapa kutachacha. Wacha usicheze chakacha, wanichanganya hapa kutachacha. Wacha usicheze chakacha, wanichanganya hapa kutachacha. Wacha piga makofi, piga makofi, piga makofi tafadhali. 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 Piga makofi, kitu, maze piga makofi, kitu, piga makofi, kitu, kitu, piga makofi, kitu, maze piga makofi, kitu, piga makofi, kitu, piga makofi, piga makofi, piga makofi tafadhali. Piga makofi, piga makofi, piga makofi tafadhali. Piga makofi, piga makofi, piga makofi tafadhali. Piga makofi, piga makofi, piga makofi tafadhali.
Somila Okibilongo na yote
La fiesta somita, la cual es la paradiso. Isa na se, toko inana, ponga ni mio. Yesu pesa nguya tolingana matata esila totika masumu peshe tukela misonzela totika koswana pamba akamoni susu kaka na kobongisa bakristo somita bakolelaka paradiso biso na se tokoyina na pona nini yo yesu pesa nguya tolingana matata esila totika masumu peshe tukela misonzela totika koswana pamba akamoni susu kaka na kobongisa
Bakali Patrick Mangasa Johnny Kobo Tatanga miyo tanga mawa tata Pasina bisango ya moto bengaka la vie nakanisaki mokolo nakosimba milio pasina nga esimi tango nasimbi milio nakomi kolela 100 milio nasimbi 100 milio nakomi kokanisa pasi esila te ongo pokwa na la famille na ndako tongo etani bana baleli nzala papa butu ekomi nakomi kokanisa pasi na nga eleki oto mbongo yokanga mawa papa joba kali yokanga mawa papa nakanisaki soki natongi ndako pasi na ngai esili ntango natongi ndako pasi na ngai esila te tongo pokwa futa mwinde esnele tongo pokwa futa maye residezoe tongo pokwa futa telefone petete Madimba yokanga mawa tata Kamska basele yokanga mawa tata nakanisaki okolo nakosomba voitire pasi na ngai esili ntango nasombi voitire akomi kolela bampane esila te tongo etani somba esanse ine etoboki oluki kwadoye surtout soki osombiki mbambala oluki probleme na vie Babe Mazik
nchi yangu, o Kenya ni nchi yangu, Kenya ni nchi yangu, milele na milele. Naipenda Kenya kwa moyo wangu wote, nitaishi Kenya maisha yangu yote. Naipenda Kenya kwa moyo wangu wote, nitaishi Kenya maisha yangu yote. Mimi ni mwana Kenya, mimi ni mzalendo, naona fahari kuishi kwetu Kenya. Mimi ni mwana Kenya, nina furaha kuona maendeleo ya nchi yangu Kenya, kuona maendeleo ya nchi yangu Kenya. Amani, umoja, ndugu ulio hapa Kenya.
Mungu nguvu yetu,
kuilinda ni wajibu wa kila mwananchi, kuitafuta amani kila siku. Hivyo ndivyo maendeleo yetu yatapanda vizazi na vizazi, ni wajibu wa kila
nguvu yetu.
Hivyo maendeleo yetu yatapanda vizazi na vizazi, ni muhimu tuulinde, zetu pamoja zionyeshe uzalendo wetu. Mimi ni mwana Kenya, mimi ni mzalendo, naona fahari kuishi kwetu Kenya. Mimi ni mwana Kenya, nina furaha kuona maendeleo ya nchi yangu Kenya, kuona maendeleo ya nchi yangu Kenya, kuona maendeleo ya nchi yangu Kenya, kuona maendeleo ya nchi yangu Kenya.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in rising for the Kenya National Anthem, the Italian National Anthem, the East African Anthem, and the University Anthem.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. University of Nairobi, we labor all together in search for knowledge and truth. We bless and honor thee. We are the pinnacle of excellence in knowledge, knowledge to serve our motherland. O Kenya, knowledge to serve all mankind. Be not engulfed by pride, let excellence prevail. May we all shun the pitfall fount of knowledge. We create, we hold the vision. God give us grace to serve, and the future for us is bright. And the children shall drink from the fount of knowledge. Knowledge shall surely set them free. Knowledge shall surely set them free.
Thank you very much. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to the University of Nairobi Choir. Please do have a seat. Let's get the sound sorted out. Just a moment. Okay. Can you hear me now? Is that better? Yeah? Okay, great. Your Excellency Roberto Natali, Ambassador of Italy to Kenya. Your Excellency Your Excellency Gabriela Martinich, Ambassador, Embassy of Argentina. Your Excellency Maria Alejandra Guerrero, Ambassador, Embassy of Chile. Your Excellency Giovanna Valverde, Stark Ambassador, Embassy of Costa Rica. Dr. Viju Ratansi, Chancellor of University of Nairobi. Professor Julius Ogengo, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics. Mr. Ahmed Sabar Abbas, Embassy of Iraq. Ms. Lorenza Gambacorta, Deputy Ambassador of Italy to Kenya. Mrs. Kulan Jo, Second Vice Consul, Republic of Cameroon to Kenya. Ivania Calzaneo Hernandez, Head of the Consular Section, Embassy of Mexico. Ms. Francesca Di Matteo, Deputy Director, Researcher, French Institute for Research Africa. Dr. Mary Luthia Mbithi, Senior Lecturer, Department of Economics and Development Studies, University of Nairobi. Ms. Elizabeth Wathuti, founder of Green Generation Initiative, speaker at COP. Ms. Charlene Ruto, youth champion. Ladies and gentlemen, it is such a pleasure to welcome you today to this first day of the Activate campaign here at the beautiful University of Nairobi. Thank you for braving the Nairobi rains and the traffic to be here with us today. My name is Alea Kassam, and I will be your guide for today's session. First, a little bit about today's event. Within the annual international campaign of the 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence, the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation and the Italian Institute of Culture in Nairobi, with the Embassy of Italy in Kenya, launched the Activate Nairobi campaign. Culture, debates, and events to advance the conversation on gender-based violence and women empowerment in Kenya. Today, like I mentioned, is the first event, a panel discussion and photographic vernissage on women's leadership in climate action, looking at strategies and transformative solutions. This, fresh off the back of the Africa Climate Summit and with COP28 around the corner, this is the moment to have this discussion. We have the most wonderful morning set for you. So I hope you're comfortable. I hope you're ready to learn, to be inspired. I am excited. Feel free to use the hashtag #ActivateNairobi to share your insights and reflections. So to begin today, and because I'm a storyteller, I would like to ask your permission to tell a story. May I? Hadithi, hadithi. Hadithi, hadithi. That's better, thank you. This one is called The Hummingbird's Ululation. This is a story that has been told many times before, in many ways. You may have heard it by our beloved Wangari Maathai. Today we tell it a little differently. Hadithi, hadithi. Today's story begins the same way it's always told. A fire. A huge red fire, hot, hungry, blazing through the forest, inhaling everything in its path, exhaling gigantic clouds of thick smoke that filled the air with a warning to stay away. It hadn't rained in months, and everything was dry, so dry. The creatures watched as more and more of their home burnt down. They felt sad and helpless. All of them, except a little hummingbird, yes. She flew into the air, beating her little wings as fast as she could, flying around the fire, past the trees, over the open grass, until she reached the river. She dipped her beak into the river and took a droplet of water. Then she flew into the air, beating her little wings as fast as she could over the open grass, past the trees, and towards the fire. Then she opened her beak and dropped the little droplet of water on the fire. The creatures watched as she flew into the air, collecting water from the river, carrying it one droplet at a time in her little beak, dropping it into the fire one droplet at a time. "What are you doing, little hummingbird?" the creatures asked her. "You're too little and this fire is too big. Your wings are too little and your beak too small." "But," she continued, adding one droplet at a time, "I am doing the best I can," the little hummingbird said. "You're doing the best you can," the creature said. "Yes," the little hummingbird said with a little droplet in her mouth, "I'm doing the best I can." Everyone was quiet for a moment until one creature said, "Even me, I will do the best I can." And another, "Even me, I will do the best I can." And another, "Even me, I will do the best I can." And the cries became so loud that even the fire got frightened. You see, there is more than one way to put out a fire. All the creatures kicked into action. Some creatures used their bodies to suck the water from the river and spray it on the fire. Others gathered soil to douse the fire.
Others pushed rocks to the edge of the fire to create a barrier to stop it from spreading. Others used their fingers and paws and tongues to remove the dry leaves that would burn quickly in the fire. And others together beat their wings and their ears and their tails as fast as they could to change the direction of the wind and stop feeding the fire with fresh oxygen. And of course, the little hummingbird continued dropping water one droplet at a time. And as they worked, they all sang, "We are doing the best we can, doing the best we can. Join me, we are doing the best we can, doing the best we can. Don't be shy, we are doing the best we can, doing the best we can." Even the humans were doing the best they can. Eventually, they put out a fire, and what a celebration it was. Hadithi, hadithi? However, this is not where the story ends. This is where the story begins. After all the creatures had rested, taken care of each other, fed one another, put medicine on one another's wounds, they stared at the place where the forest had stood. It was time to replant the forest. What shall we plant in this forest? They asked each other. The creatures all decided they would sit together and listen to what each one of them wanted. Every living being had a chance to express itself. All the creatures, as well as the ones without vocal cords, like the trees, the moss, the air, and everything listened, even the humans. For the first time in a long time, they listened. And when every living being had had a chance to express themselves, the creatures as well as the ones without vocal cords, everyone got to work replanting the forest. And how do you think they went about it? We are doing the best we can, doing the best we can. Join me, doing the best we can, doing the best we can. And that's what today is about, an opportunity for us to listen, to reflect, and to think about what doing the best we can looks like for each and every single one of us. A chance for us to hear what doing the best we can. Even the speaker was inspired. Doing the best we can means for women who are at the forefront of this battle against climate change and who are making our world a better place to live in. Today, I encourage us to really listen to one another. And on that note, I would like to get us started on the next set of the program and to invite Professor Julius Ogengo, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academics, to join me to give his initial remarks. Please join me in welcoming him.
Wow, doing the best I can. Madam Chancellor, I seek your permission to address. Your Excellency Roberto Natali, the Ambassador of Italy to Kenya, Your Excellency Gabriela Martinic, Ambassador of Argentina, Your Excellency Maria Alejandra, Ambassador, Embassy of Chile, Your Excellency Giovanna Valverde, Stark Ambassador, Embassy of Costa Rica, Mr. Ahmed Shaba Abbas, Embassy of Iraq, Ms. Lorenza Gabakota, Deputy Ambassador of Italy to Kenya, Mrs. Cole Anjo, Second Vice Consul, Republic of Cameroon to Kenya, Ivania Calquenio Hernandez, Head of Consular Section, Embassy of Mexico, Mrs. Francesca De Matteo, Deputy Director, Researcher, French Institute for Research Africa, Dr. Mary Lucia Mbidi, the Senior Lecturer, Department of Economics and Development Studies, Ms. Elizabeth Wethuti, Founder of Green Generation Initiative, Speaker at COP, Ms. Charlene Ruto, youth champion, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Doing the best each one of us can. I started by seeking permission of the Chancellor to deliver this address. I now declare that I'm making this address on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Kiama, who is out of town on another assignment. My name is Julius Ogengo, and I am Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs. I am delighted to welcome you to the University of Nairobi. Just say Karibuni, the song said it, the fountain, the Kenyan fountain of knowledge. We'll do the best we can. So I welcome you to launch this event, Activate Nairobi. This is a significant initiative. It's co-hosted by the university and the regional office of the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation in Kenya. It's going to be a series of events, exchanges, and cultural activities. And they are designed to advance the conservation of gender-based violence and women empowerment. It is through such collaborative efforts that we can address and combat the critical issues surrounding gender-based violence and work towards creating a more empowered and equitable society. As we gather here today, we find ourselves at the intersection of two vital themes: women's empowerment and gender-based violence. Women empowerment is not just a goal, but a fundamental necessity for eradicating poverty and building a society based on sustainable development, social justice, and human rights. We recognize that the experiences of women are shaped by various intersecting factors, including race, class, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status. Through the lens of intersectionality, we strive to address the unique challenges faced by women in diverse identities and backgrounds. At our university, our commitment to fostering a culture of gender equality is deeply embedded in our policies, particularly the workplace policy on gender-based violence and the Gender Policy and Development Framework, initially formulated in 2008, revised twice to the present edition of 2022, to align with the constitutional provisions and national policies. These frameworks serve as a cornerstone for mainstreaming gender at our university. Through the governance pillar, the university is unwavering in its commitment to gender-responsive management and administration. Our decisions are guided by principles of human dignity, equity, equality, non-discrimination, and inclusiveness. We are dedicated to providing learning and empowerment opportunities to individuals of all genders, ensuring protection from harassment, gender-insensitive language, sexual harassment, and gender-based violence. Our commitment to fair and non-discriminative recruitment, promotion, and appointment of staff, as well as enrollment of students, has resulted in attainment of a 1/3 gender balance in most functions. The university and AICS have been actively involved in initiatives that promote women's empowerment and combat gender-based violence. Today, we embark on a campaign that aligns with the annual international campaign of the 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence. This campaign is spanning from November 25th, the International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women, to December 10th, Human Rights Day, underscores the urgency of addressing these issues globally. Through the various initiatives and projects, we aim to create opportunities that uplift and amplify the voices of women. recognizing their pivotal role in shaping our communities and the world at large. In conclusion, I invite each one of us to actively participate in the events that are lined up throughout the Activate Nairobi campaign. Your engagement, your questions, your reflections, and your other ways of participation are crucial as we collectively strive to build society that upholds the principles of equality, justice, and respect for all. One by one, all of us doing the best we can. I thank you most sincerely for being part of this transformative journey. Let us together activate Nairobi for a better and more inclusive future. Thank you very much. It's now my pleasure to invite my Chancellor, Dr. Vijora Tansi, to make her address. May I request you to join me in clapping for the chancellors. Again.
Thank you very much. I'm not used to so many claps. I said to the young ladies, I'll go slowly, so I hear more. Thank you. Your Excellency, Roberto Natali, Ambassador of Italy to Kenya, Your Excellency Gabriela Martinique, Ambassador, Embassy of Argentina, Your Excellency Maria Alejandra Guerra, Ambassador, Embassy of Chile, Your Excellency Giovanna Valverde, Stark Ambassador, Embassy of Costa Rica. Mr. Ahmed Sabar Abbas, Embassy of Iraq. Ms. Lorenza Gambacorta, Deputy Ambassador of Italy to Kenya. Mrs. Kaulan Jo, Second Vice Consul, Republic of Cameroon to Kenya. Ivania Calcaño Hernandez, Head of the Consular Section, Embassy of Mexico. Ms. Francesca Di Matteo, Deputy Director, Researcher, French Institute for Research Africa. Dr. Mary Lucia Mbithi, Senior Lecturer, Department of Economics and Development Studies, University of Nairobi. Ms. Elizabeth Wathuti, founder of Green Generation Initiative, speaker at COP. Mrs. Sela Madan, representing the Republic of Ethiopia. Ms. Charlene Ruto, youth champion. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. It's not good enough for me. I'm an old lady, I can't hear. Thank you. Today, I'm most honored, humbled, and extremely happy to be part of Activate Nairobi. Recognized or not, we must admit, women all over the world play a very important role in being the pillars of strength while raising their little ones and looking after the needs of their entire families under very varied circumstances. Today, I would like to remember my late husband, Hassan Ratansi, and use his favorite expression for us ladies who are also homemakers. You know, he always said, "You ladies are amazing. You do so much for your families without any expectations. You know, you really are domestic goddesses. So ladies, domestic goddesses we are. Let us clap for ourselves, and gentlemen, please join me. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to address the invaluable role of women in the global challenge of combating climate change. As we stand on the shoulders of our own, the late Wangari Maathai, to demand urgent action on the climate crisis, it's very essential to recognize and harness the unique contributions and capabilities that women bring to the table in this battle for our planet's future. The impact of climate change knows no bounds, affecting communities, ecosystems, and economies worldwide. In this struggle, women are not merely passive victims, they're also powerful agents of change, resilience, and innovation. Across the globe, women play multifaceted roles that are intricately linked to climate resilience. In many regions, they are the primary stewards of natural resources and the main providers of food, water, and energy for their families. Their deep-rooted connection to the environment and their knowledge of sustainable practices make them indispensable in implementing climate adaptation strategies at the grassroots level. Furthermore, women are often at the forefront of community-based initiatives, leading efforts to mitigate the adverse effects of climate change. Their resilience, resourcefulness, and capacity to mobilize communities are critical in fostering climate resilience and adapting to changing environmental conditions. Yet, despite their pivotal role, women continue to face numerous challenges in their quest to address climate change. Gender disparities persist, limiting women's access to resources, education, technology, and decision-making processes. Discriminatory social norms and unequal opportunities hinder their full participation in climate action and leadership roles. Therefore, women's leadership in climate action must go beyond the traditional roles of women as stewards of the environment. There is a need to recognize and elevate women's leadership in the development and implementation of transformative strategies. One key aspect is fostering gender-inclusive decision-making processes. When women are actively involved in shaping climate policies and strategies, these initiatives tend to be more holistic, take into consideration a broader range of perspectives, and address the unique challenges faced by different communities. Moreover, investing in women's education and providing access to technology is paramount. Education empowers women to contribute more effectively to climate science, policy, and innovation. Additionally, technology plays a pivotal role in enhancing the capacity of women to monitor and respond to environmental changes. Bridging the gender gap in technological access ensures that women can fully participate in and benefit from climate-related advancements. It is high time we recognize and elevate the contributions of women in climate change solutions. Their value extends far beyond statistics or figures. It embodies resilience, creativity, and a vision for a sustainable future. Therefore, empowering women is not only a matter of justice and equality, but also a pragmatic necessity for effective climate action. Their voices, experiences, and innovative solutions must be integrated into every aspect of climate change mitigation, adaptation, and resilience building efforts. And by so doing, we unlock the full potential of half the world's population in tackling the challenges posed by climate change. It is time to break down barriers, bridge gender divides, and empower women as trailblazers and champions in the fight against climate change. Together, let us harness the collective strength and wisdom of women, recognizing and valuing their indispensable contributions in safeguarding our planet for generations to come. The Italian Agency for Cooperation, together with the Italian Embassy and my university, must be lauded for Activate Nairobi. Thank you for doing that, and God bless us all in our endeavors to fulfill what Activate Nairobi has set out to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ratansi. Can we also give her another applause as she walks back to her seat? A very warm welcome and a wonderful way to set the tone for what the rest of the morning will be like. And now it is a great pleasure and an honor to welcome our next speaker. This is and before I do, something that I forgot to mention. My apologies. We're very excited to acknowledge that we have another esteemed guest within our space, Irene Geribaldi, Head of Cooperation from European Union. Thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you. And now, please join me in giving a very warm welcome to His Excellency Roberto Natali, Ambassador of Italy.
Good morning. Dear Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, authorities, dear colleagues of the Diplomatic Corps accredited to Kenya, distinguished professors, esteemed panelists, and dear students with us. Every day, every single day, every day we have to read or to listen to news about a woman victim of violence and even killed by a man. And in many cases, the murderer is that very person who was supposed to love her. How is that possible? Such a high frequency in this hateful kind of crime cannot be acceptable anymore. Of course, justice is supposed to go ahead and severely punish the guilty man. Of course, it is the case. But this continuous violence against women puts some imperative questions on the table. What kind of feeling do these violent men have in their heart? Can we really call them men if they are not able to manage their relations with a woman on the basis of mutual respect, estimation, tenderness, intellectual exchange, dialogue, and real love? Gender violence is something we have to talk aloud, more and more. You see this. This is a symbol. For this reason, it's my pleasure to welcome everyone to take part in this significant launch event, which marks the beginning of the global campaign of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence and the beginning of the Activate Nairobi campaign. I'm glad that, even this year, Italy is joining the global efforts of governments, civil society organizations, young people, the private sector, media, and the UN system to address the global pandemic of violence against women and girls. This campaign requires us to confront ourselves every year with intolerable numbers that testify the continuous and widespread violence against women. A global phenomenon can be tackled only through a global and collective answer. There is no country which can back out of this endeavor. In Italy as well, despite the progress made, the gender issue still is very much present. And it's the news of these days, the sad story of Giulia, a young woman killed by his boyfriend. We are intensifying domestic efforts to make our country a safe and inclusive place for women and girls. And a few years ago, the Italian government adopted the new law called Red Code, which gives girls and women who feel threatened a fast-track possibility to talk with police authorities and judges. And we all know that at the global level, the consequences of the COVID pandemic on our lives have worsened also these phenomena and exacerbated cases of violence against women. To change this, we have to focus on a word, which is education. It is imperative to talk, to inform, to educate our children. Educate about respect, about equality. Educate about the idea that force can never be an instrument of dialogue. And if we can do it together, we will be more effective and we will build more sustainable solutions. But who is responsible of boys' education in these delicate fields? The school? The family? I think both of them. And I always remember a UK government where the Prime Minister, I think it was Gordon Brown, renamed the Ministry of Education into Ministry of Education, School and Family. And in particular, within the family, the example of fathers is key. But school and university and society can play a huge role. It is in this spirit that we are launching today the Activate Nairobi campaign, which wants to target different segments of the society, from children in primary schools to university students, from the general public to sectoral stakeholders with advocacy action, involving a range of Kenyan and Italian partners, and utilizing sensitization events and culture as a tool to pass a stronger message. We must end gender-based violence, and we can do it together. Italy signed this year an agreement with UN Women to kick off the fourth phase of Let It Not Happen Again initiative, which reflects an enhanced commitment of our country in the fight against gender-based violence. The Italian government is committed to collaborating with Kenya and the international community to confront the issue head-on, and Italy stands ready to support Kenya in its efforts to combat these scourge-promoting initiatives that empower women and protect the vulnerable. My wish is that this campaign will not only activate Nairobi, but instead will represent a trigger to activate as much people as possible around Kenya to enhance consciousness, policies, and the dialogue on gender-based violence and on women empowerment. I want to thank all participants for being here today, and I wish you all a good continuation of the economy. And finally, I would like to tell to the male students here that they will be fathers one day, and the example they will give to their children about how they will treat their women will be the important key for change. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Roberto Natali, for that very, very grounding and insightful address. I think it's very poignant that we have this conversation right here in the seat of intellectual and academic rigor at the University of Nairobi, and the reminder that all of these issues are interconnected, that gender-based violence is connected to climate change, and this is something that we'll be hearing about a lot during the panel. Thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge another esteemed guest that we have. How wonderful it is to be able to continue welcoming throughout the day wonderful guests. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Ruzaimi Mohammed, Ambassador to the Embassy of Malaysia. Welcome. Thank you. Today is the first day of the 16 days of activism. And Her Excellency Anne Wangombe, Ministry of Gender, Culture, Arts and Heritage, really wanted to be with us today. But I understand that the government is also launching another initiative today. This is a very busy season, and she did us the privilege of recording a video message to be here with us in spirit so that she can share her thoughts and her energy. So if you will cast your eyes towards the screen, we have a special video message for you.
On gender-based violence and women empowerment in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, all protocols observed. I'm honored to participate in this important event aimed at advancing the conversation on gender-based violence and women empowerment in Kenya. The Ministry of Gender, Culture, the Arts and Heritage is pleased to join Italy and the world in commemorating the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence and call for concerted efforts for the prevention and elimination of violence among women and girls in Kenya, in Africa, globally. I would like to express my gratitude to Italy and the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation for organizing this event and for their unwavering support to Kenya. As we look to the future, it is essential to recognize that elimination of gender-based violence remains a top priority for the government of Kenya, as highlighted in MTP 4 2023-2027 and through the Generation of Equality Forum, where the government of Kenya made 12 commitments to end all forms of gender-based violence by the year 2026. The recent signing of the multi-annual strategic plan for 2023-2027 between the government of Kenya and Italy reaffirms Italy's commitment to empowering women, aligning with Kenya's broader development agenda. Our common dedication to advancing gender justice and equality is exemplified by the impactful Let It Not Happen Again initiative, financed by Italy and implemented in collaboration with UN Women since 2019. This project has successfully met its objectives, resulting in groundbreaking legal actions and institutionalized justice mechanisms, including the first crimes against humanity case in national courts. The extended commitment until 2027, coupled with Italy's decision to double the budget, reflects a profound understanding of the urgency and gravity of combating gender-based violence and improving survivors' access to justice. This project aligns with the government's priorities on gender, environment, and the prevention of gender-based violence. I would like to emphasize the government's commitment to keep on working through a holistic approach to enhance prevention, coordination, and intervention on gender-based violence cases, also in collaboration with government agencies, international partners, civil society organizations, and the community at large. Gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls are essential to eradicate poverty and build a global society based on sustainable development, social justice, and human rights. In closing, let us commit ourselves to the shared responsibility of creating a more just and equitable society. Through continued collaboration, we can pave the way for positive change, empowering women and fostering sustainable development. Thank you.
Hello again. Can you hear me? We're going to try this mic again. Yes? What a wonderful occasion. We get to welcome yet another esteemed guest. May every event be like this, where we have warm friends joining us at every point. A warm welcome to His Excellency, Mr. Sultan Hajiyev, Ambassador to the Embassy of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Thank you for joining us. Now, for the part of the program that I have been most looking forward to. We have an incredible panel of women who are really at the forefront of taking leadership in climate action. From field research to locally specific intervention, influencing national policy to global activism. There's a diverse range of perspectives and insights, offering both depth and nuance. Each panelist will offer us an intervention, something to open up our minds and set the tone. And then we'll have a conversation. There will be an opportunity for you to ask questions. So if you take your phone out, we're going to do this in a rather unusual way. If you take your phone out and type in, and I'll read out what the link is, it will take you to a Google Doc form. In the Google Doc form, you'll have a chance to put in any questions you have, and then we'll receive them on our end. So make sure you have this open. Are you ready? Oh, I couldn't hear anything. Are you ready? Yes, great. Okay, it's REBRAND.LY, and then the slash. I can't remember if it's a forward slash or a backslash. I think it's forward. And then QACTIVATE. And then press enter. And if it's working for you, just give me a thumbs up so I know that we're online. Oh, I see a thumbs up. And another one. And another one, and another one. Shall I repeat? Let's do it one more time. The full link is rebrand.ly/QActivate, REBRAND.ly/Q, the letter Q, ACTIVATE. Another thumbs up if it's working for you. Yeah? Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. Great. Now, it is really an honor for me to welcome our esteemed panel. I'll introduce them to you one by one and share their bios so that you get to learn a little bit about them before they have a chance to speak. Elizabeth Wathuti, a passionate Kenyan environmentalist and young climate leader from Tetu, Nyeri County, Kenya, is the visionary founder of the Green Generation Initiative, inspired by the remarkable legacy of Kenya's environmental pioneer, Professor Wangari Maathai. She is the Wangari Maathai's Foundation Youth Hub lead. She is a proud recipient of the prestigious Wangari Maathai Scholarship Award, recognizing her unwavering commitment to environmental conservation. In addition to her role with GGI and the Wangari Maathai Foundation, her dedication to environmental causes recently earned her a remarkable appointment by the President of the Republic of Kenya, making her the youngest commissioner representing civil society and youth at the Nairobi Rivers Commission. Elizabeth's influence extends beyond borders, as she recently took lead alongside other young people coordinating the inaugural African Youth Climate Assembly during the Africa Climate Summit. Her tireless efforts in the pursuit of environmental sustainability make her a true force for positive change in Kenya and beyond. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Elizabeth Wathuti. Thank you, Elizabeth. Right over there. I told you we have a heavy-hitting panel, didn't I? Inspiring and firecracking and brilliant. Next, we have Francesca Di Matteo, who holds a PhD in political anthropology. With her previous academic training was in politics. The doctoral study she carried out is at the crossroads of these academic fields, espousing the empiricism and actor-centered approaches of anthropology with institutional subjects of inquiry of political sciences. In her PhD, she reconstructed the social life of the land reform agenda in Kenya from the 1990s to 2016. Particular attention was paid to land tenure reforms and actors' negotiation, revolving around customary land regimes or community land. She privileged an historical approach that put into perspective institutional path dependency of recently promulgated land policy and laws. Currently, Francesca continues her research on community land in Kenya by questioning how the reform did or did not impact communities' claims on ancestral land and their redress by the Kenyan government, how far the promulgated law on community land does or does not reflect socioeconomic realities of Kenyan rural areas. What are the local, national, and international stakes and implications on the legal recognition of customary land rights? Please do join me in welcoming Ms. Francesca Di Matteo. Karibu, Francesca. Thank you. And just before I invite the next speaker, if I may ask for the podium to be placed here so that the speakers may be able to give their interventions. So, already we've got brilliance on the panel, and now I'm just about to take it one step further. We've got Daktari Professor Dr. Mary Mbithi, an expert in trade policy and the Director of Researchers at the Women's Economic Empowerment Hub in Kenya, University of Nairobi. She is a senior lecturer at the Department of Economics and Development Studies, University of Nairobi, Kenya, and associate faculty of the Trade Policy Center in Africa. She has carried out research and analysis work and capacity building on various trade policy and gender, including the World Trade Organization trade regime, regional integration and trade policy in East African community, common market for East Africa and Southern Africa, and the African region in general. Her other research work also informs policy related to SMEs, intra-regional trade, trade facilitation, trade and food security, trade policy and food security, trade and climate change, and on trade, poverty, and development. She has been a consultant with governments in various African countries, civil society, private sector, and with international and regional organizations. She has also undertaken extensive work to inform policy and strategies for inclusion and enhanced mainstreaming of gender in economic policy and strategies for inclusion and enhanced mainstreaming of gender in economic sectors and regional and international trade, and has carried out extensive training for stakeholders on trade policy and gender and enhanced participation of women in intra-regional trade. As you might guess, she is passionate about international trade policy and gender. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Mary Beathy. Ooh. Welcome, Daktari. Please take a seat. Thank you. And it is really an honor to welcome our final panelist, Charlene Chelagat-Ruto, youth champion and youth leader and climate champion. Let me get this one right. I made a note of it because it was, there we go. Okay, shall we start again? Thank you. Thank you for being so gracious and gentle with me. All right, let me do this properly. Ms. Charlene Ruto, youth leader and climate action champion. Charlene Chelagat-Ruto is extremely passionate about the young people. While taking action from the bottom up, she has ensured that the youth have a voice in leadership. Her educational and experiential background in communication and hospitality compounds to ensure that the young people's brilliant and creative ideas become actionable entrepreneurship platforms and that they live a wholesome life, i.e. career-wise, emotionally, financially, mentally, physically, and socially. She is championing their agenda through the strategic plan of the 30 Things. The 30 Things cover 3 thematic areas. Number 1, youth in action involves youth empowerment, measures mentorship, entrepreneurship, technology, and financial literacy, among others. Number 2, youth and the society covers young women and girl child issues, mental health action, her passion and work with the deaf community, cyberbullying, and others. The third thematic area covers matters in climate action and agriculture, such as food security, water management, climate change, mitigation and adaptation, and nature-based solutions. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Charlene Ruto. Karibu sana. Have a seat. Are we excited? Yes, I am too. So how this will work is each esteemed speaker will have a few minutes to come and share their intervention or provocation, and then we'll have a conversation. If you have any questions, just be sure to note them down, and remember to share any insights you might have on the hashtag, which was Activate Nairobi. All right. Please welcome Ms. Elizabeth.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
It's so great to see all of you here today, inspiring minds, all of the young people. I think it's very exciting that we're having this conversation today, and many thanks to the Italian Agency for Development and Cooperation for making this conversation happen and for creating this space. My name is Elizabeth Wathuti, and I stand before you today as a passionate advocate for environmental conservation and climate action, and I am the founder of the Green Generation Initiative. I also serve as a commissioner at the Nairobi Rivers Commission, representing young people and civil society. And in the African context, I also work with other young people as the Wangari Maathai Youth Hub lead, and also just recently with the African Youth Climate Assembly. And today I want to share with you a message of hope, resilience, and action in the face of the climate crisis that we are all confronting. I believe the climate crisis is not just an environmental issue, but it's deeply social and personal, and it's affecting us every single day. In Kenya, we can all see the reality of climate change. And I'll give some few examples. Our farmers face unpredictable weather patterns. Our wildlife struggles with the changing habitats, and even our communities battle the increasing frequency of droughts and floods. And these are stories that are echoed across the globe. But in these stories of challenge and adversity, there is also a beautiful story of hope and resilience, and it's primarily driven by women and the youth. Often the backbone of our communities, the women are disproportionately affected by environmental changes. They're the ones that have to walk miles for water when the drought hits. They're also the ones who struggle to feed their families when the crops fail. But then women are also incredibly resilient and resourceful. Likewise, the youth, like many of us present in this room today, they're not just leaders of tomorrow, but they are leading today. I believe you are here because you are leading today. With our energy, our creativity, and understanding of the urgent need for action, we, the young people, can make the change that we want to see in the world. So let us continue to use the technology, innovation, and that beautiful power of our collective action to challenge the status quo and to also drive the real change that we want to see in the world. Africa's demographic in itself, speaks volumes. With over 60% of Africa's population under the age of 25, and actually 70% in sub-Saharan Africa under the age of 30, we're witnessing the rise of the world's most significant potential force for environmental and social change. That is Africa's greatest resource, we, the young people. But recognizing our role is not enough in itself. We must support and empower youth and women to fully realize their potential. This means access to many things. Number one, resources, education, equal representation in decision-making forums. It also means investment in their ideas, providing platforms for their voices, and even integrating their unique perspectives, ideas, and voices into policies that are going to shape their very own future. Today, and as it's been mentioned by so many people, starting from the story of the hummingbird, I am reminded of the profound impact of one woman. That is the late Professor Wangari Maathai, whose legacy has inspired many, including myself. Professor Maathai was not just planting trees. She was planting seeds of empowerment and transformation, showing us all here today the incredible power of women in leading environmental change. And her work that we all know exemplifies the very essence of what we are fighting for, a world where our actions today cultivate a better, sustainable tomorrow. In my work with the Green Generation Initiative, I have seen the power of planting a tree, the power of educating a child about the environment, and even the power of giving a young person the opportunity to lead. These actions might seem small, but they have the power to spark a movement, to change a community, and eventually to heal our beautiful planet. My journey in environmental activism and conservation has taught me the power of collective action and the importance of perseverance. That it's not easy to stand up for what you believe in, especially when faced with seemingly insurmountable challenges. But every tree planted, every policy changed, and every young person or child or woman or community person inspired to take action adds up to a significant impact. And simply put that, all our small actions, whatever it is that we are doing back at home from our communities, inspiring people in different ways, all those actions multiplied by millions of us is what is going to make the huge difference. And to our leaders and policymakers present here today, I urge you to not only listen to the voices of women and the youth, but also to actively involve them in creating solutions. We can solve climate change together, which means bringing everybody to the table. In conclusion, I want you all to remember that your contribution to environmental conservation and climate action is a contribution to justice, to equity, and to the creation of a healthy, just, and sustainable world for all of us. Find time to plant and nurture a tree, connect with friends to innovate or create new ideas and solutions, educate your community, support policies that empower the marginalized, and always, and I mean always, strive to make a difference. Thank you.
Good morning.
Sorry about that. Shall I start over?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. I was saying that I am very happy to be here today and be part of this exciting conversation on climate change and gender. I am a researcher, as you have heard, and I think that my role as a researcher is one of triggering critical thinking for society at large, but especially for students. And you're many here today. I am very happy to see you. Numerous. You have heard that my work is around land, and in the past 2 years, I have been working in the south of Kenya, amongst Maasai pastoral communities. And I would like to share, I would like messages I am going to share today to be grounded in the work I have done. So I guess I have two messages. One is more largely regarding climate change, and another one is more specifically regarding this issue of gender, how gender relates to climate change, and really aligned to the theme of this event, which is, I guess, that vulnerability, and especially when is related to women. That we shouldn't really focus on the vulnerability, but on the agency of the women. And maybe not right now, but later on, I will be sharing stories of how Maasai pastoralists, Maasai women have taken up very bold action to try to overcome the marginalization. But to start with, the main message, as I was saying, and really the what I would like you to take home today, it relates to climate change at large. And I would like to urge you today to do not think of weather transformation in isolation. In academic circles, we have come up with this very fancy notion called Anthropocene. And this has been elaborated really to stress the human-environment interactions. It is not the weather that harms the human, but it is the human that, by seeking to control the environment, by seeking to command nature, has harmed it. And it is continuing to do so. Also, the changes that we observe in Kenya and in Africa today, and especially in the past decades, and are not related to, are not only related to the exacerbation of climate stresses. I often hear an assumption, I often hear saying that climate change will make pastoralists extinct very soon. And I found this assumption very dangerous. It is, risky because you will end up believing that weather alone is responsible for the marginalization and for the, weakening of both women and pastoralist men. This is obscuring, this is, shadowing, this is ignoring all the other, changes that have impacted the resilience strategies of these societies. land loss is what has majorly impacted pastoralists. And the extended periods of drought that are, of course, striking the rangelands of Kenya and West Africa at large, are not the only, are one factor. And I would say that are dependent variable, and I know you, must be a bit familiar with this academic jargon, which means that if, pastoralist community land had not been fragmented by privatization, by investments, by distressed sales, these community could still follow the clouds and the rains as they have done for thousands of years. But the land has been enclosed, the land has been fenced up, the landscape has been locked, and movement has been hindered. Please do not ignore that. So yes, all these changes have made the pastoralists more vulnerable and more, vulnerable to climate stresses, and have made pastoralism seen or deemed as a less economically viable activity. So my first message: do not think of climate change in isolation. Do not remove the human from the changes. Remember the notion of the Anthropocene, and it is the man that is the men that are impacting nature and not the opposite. And I will stop here now, but if I have time, I will come back to the notion of vulnerability and adaptation, and how women, besides all these changes that are marginalizing them, are taking up action. They are showing agency, collective action, and are trying to overcome all these changes and hindrances to the livelihood and enjoyment of freedom and land rights in particular. I'll stop here for now. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning.
Good morning.
Heavy rains, floods, and droughts, as well as soil erosion in Kenya, has put both urban and rural areas and infrastructure, and particularly for the poor and vulnerable groups, at a risk and impacting on the livelihoods of people in both rural and urban areas. And this has impacted more disproportionately on women and girls because of the vulnerabilities, and more so because of the gender inequalities that exist in Kenya. Gender inequalities in Kenya exist with regards to education, with regards to participation in labor market, access to information, access to water and sanitation, and the issues of housing and all the areas of the economy, including nutrition. And women are on the lower part of the value chain. Women seem to be ranking behind men when compared to all those indicators. Now, this disproportionate deprivation of women has implications on the impacts, response, mitigation, and adaptation to climate change. Recent research has shown that, for instance, because of the droughts which were there in May and up to July in most parts of the country, water distances to water increased because people have to go and get water, especially in the rural areas. They do not have tapped water. And the recent statistics from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics show that 70% of those that are involved in throwing water, ensuring there is water in the household, is really are girls and women. And that speaks to girls and women spending most of their time, and especially in the times of drought, going to look for water for consumption at the household. Now, when there's drought and they have to walk for longer distances, this does not only take much of their time, which they need to use for economic activities and other climate-related activities. But what it does also, it exposes them to more vulnerabilities, including issues of gender-based violence as they trek long distances to get this water. Another issue, which again has impacted on women participation in matters climate change, is the issue of decision making. And generally speaking, women are less engaged in public decision making and also participation in leadership. And that is why the question of the 2/3 gender rule is an issue that have kept on coming up, and a lot of discussion is currently going on. In most of the counties in Kenya, we find that representation of women, even at the county level, is less than 30%. Now, those few examples of inequalities speak to gender barriers that affect women and men when it comes to prevention, mitigation, and adaptation to climate change. And these gender barriers, because of unequal access and control, as well as ownership to productive resources, the issues of power dynamics, because women are less involved in decision making. The issue of social norms, because the community and the tradition as what women have to do and what they have to be engaged in, the sectors of the economy and where they may not be engaged in. It is also driven by the systemic inequalities that exist in the country, including issues of access to information. Recent statistics from the Kenya Demographic Health Survey for this year show that women have less access to information. For instance, if you look at some arid and some arid lands, it shows that, for example, 35%, 68%, 48% of women in Kitui, Turkana, and Pokot, for instance, they do not have access to a newspaper per week, and also they do not watch television, and they do not listen to a radio, even once a week. That speaks to lack of access to information or limited access to information. Yet information about early warning and the related information to do with climate change is very important for prevention and for response when such things happen. Now, at the Women Economic Empowerment Hub of University of Nairobi, we have realized these gender-based inequalities and challenges and barriers, and we are taking measures to address them or to contribute to addressing them, because we know that women economic empowerment is critical not only for climate change, to address issues related to climate change, but also for economic development in the country. So there are some 3 key activities that we are undertaking at the hub that are really enabling women to become or to gain leadership and joint decision making with regards to climate change. One of them is promoting women entrepreneurship so that women can have an alternative source of income. Because you realize that when the climate change impacts it, for example, some areas, the issues of the traditional ways of earning income are challenged. So what we are doing at the WeHub, Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, is we have developed a women business incubation model, and this model is supporting women that are involved in very small enterprises with information to do with business, with linking them with financial services, linking them with technology services, and also building their capacities to run their businesses and also to build the skill to do value addition. We have seen this works. We are doing this in 12 counties in Kenya. And we have seen this works because we have seen women who are doing very small businesses and who are working in groups. Because we know that in Kenya, women like to work in small groups, and they are able to achieve a lot with that. The groups help them with their savings, and they can still use the savings to borrow and invest some of the money to buy inputs to use in climate smart agriculture, and also to invest in their businesses, which is critical for the family. Now, another activity that we are doing, program, is to address the barriers of time constraint and the workload for women, because we know that, again, when it comes to care activities at the household and at the community level, as well as domestic responsibilities, women tend to take a great part of that. For example, the recently launched study on time use in Kenya, which was launched last month, shows that when it comes to care activities, women account for 90% of all the time that is spent in care activities in Kenya. This means that although care activities are very critical for the family and for the economy, they are not mutually exclusive. One cannot spend the time in the domestic activities and care activities and be at the marketplace at the same place. And that means then women are earning less and participating less in the economy. So what the hub has done is we are running a childcare, we are testing a childcare where women are able to leave their children as they go about trading, getting involved in cross-border trade between Kenya and Uganda. And within a period of 1 year, we have seen a great change. Women have been able to spend more time in the business, and then they say that I now have a peace of mind because I don't let my baby run around my workplace where I'm trading, where there are motorcycles and bicycles and everything, and I also don't leave the baby with people I don't know, but I leave the baby in a childcare, and I'm able to concentrate in my work. And of course, their levels of income have gone up, their sales have gone up, and they tell us relationships at the household level has also improved. Now, the last example that I give of the work that we are doing to empower women that is also contributing to women involvement in policy making is we are doing analysis on gender responsive budgeting. And gender responsive budgeting is mainly when budgets are done at the national level or at the county level, we are asking, there are those sectors that really support the care economy. This is the health sector, this is the energy sector, this is the issues related to food, issues related to water and sanitation. So what we are doing is when the government calls for public participation, the hub analyzes, and because we have a network of women at Mashinani, we call for meetings, even sometimes online meetings, and we also reach those women. We talk with them, and we've been building their capacity step by step and training them, and they use that analysis to go and represent the issues at the county levels themselves. And with that, we have seen women impacting on policy. So to conclude, I want to say that women economic empowerment is critical for women to participate in climate change mitigation and adaptation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been observed by the Chancellor and the DVC academics. As young people, we are creative, brilliant, intelligent. We have a voice. Platforms such as this one we are standing on today to amplify our voices, and with the right attention, mentorship, and collaboration, I dare say we can achieve our dreams. As a youth champion, I am privileged to not only witness, but amplify the incredible strides made by remarkable young women in policy, implementation, and decision-making within the climate sphere. Allow me to highlight specific examples that illustrate the impactful contributions of young Kenyan women within the climate sphere as part of my interventions for this panel. Firstly, policy advocates. Take, for instance, Jane Jambi. She's a passionate advocate for sustainable energy policies, and her organization's research and lobbying efforts led to the inclusion of gender-specific clauses in Kenya's renewable energy policy, ensuring equitable access to clean energy solutions for women in rural areas. Allow me to also mention one of our own who is here today, Elizabeth Wathuti. She led a team of young people earlier this year to form the Africa Climate Youth Assembly, the Africa Youth Climate Assembly, ICA, to inform and advocate for the voices of young people at the Africa Climate Summit. This decision led to the influencing of our African heads of states to adopt the policies carved out by ICA in the main proposal submitted internationally as One Africa. Secondly, implementers on the ground. Sarah Kipto, a young entrepreneur, initiated a community-driven reforestation project in the Rift Valley. Her project not only revitalized degraded lands, but also provided employment opportunities for women in the region, empowering them economically while restoring the environment. Thirdly, decision makers shaping strategies. Ruth Achieng, a dynamic leader, became the youngest member of the National Climate Change Council. Her advocacy and expertise have played a pivotal role in shaping Kenya's climate adaptation strategies, ensuring they prioritize gender-sensitive approaches. This progress highlights the undeniable potential and effectiveness of inclusive decision-making processes. But in as much as you and I celebrate these young women today, I am disturbed about our involvement of young women with disability. Be it the blind, the physically disabled, or the deaf community, whom I work very closely with. As I was preparing to speak with you today, I did not find even one success story or example from them, which means we still have a lot of work to do. When women, especially young women, including young women with disability, are actively involved in policy formation and implementation, the resulting strategies are more comprehensive, resilient, and sustainable. As we move forward, let us continue to champion inclusivity, amplify diverse voices, and create opportunities that empower women to lead the charge against climate change. Together, we can forge a path towards a more equitable and resilient future for all of us. Thank you.
Please join me in giving another warm round of applause for those incredibly thoughtful interventions. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have a lot of questions. It's going to be difficult to pare them down. But I'll begin with one question for each panelist. And then we've already received questions from the audience. So we'll move to that section. If you can, when you speak, just press the button here, and that will turn the mic on. Let's start with Elizabeth. Elizabeth, thank you so much for reminding us about the importance of always striving to make a difference, about what actions, the idea of everything being rooted in action. I think that's also something that Wangari Maathai was very much a proponent of, so the lineage is clear in your own work. You spoke a little bit about kind of investing in young people's ideas. As somebody who is really in the world stage, listening to what the youth are doing on the world, especially on the continent, are there ideas that you've come across that you think are really worth sharing in this moment that we can learn from and also amplify?
Yes, thank you for that question. And I would love to base it on three things that I mentioned, and that is hope, resilience, and action, which I think these are three things that as well as young people would enable us to continue championing the change that we want to see. I think one of the most important things that does give young people hope is us being able to see that, you know, our voices are not only being heard, but also they are being included in key policy decision-making places. And the second thing is the fact that how we can be able to build a community as young people, to work together collectively, to collaborate, to partner, to make sure that even as we continue to do the work that we do, we are doing it at a scale that is actually, significant. And the most important thing that has enabled this happen is that power of our collective action. I think seeing the way the youth movements right now, especially in the climate and environment space, continues to upscale, it's very much deeply rooted in the power of collective action, the power of understanding that when we bring our voices together and amplify our voices as one, then it becomes very significant to a point that we can be able to influence policy, we can be able to lobby, for example, for even resources to continue doing the initiatives that we're doing back at home. We can be able to have a much, much stronger voice within the space with which we're influencing. But even more importantly, it's the transitioning from how we can be able to link the work that we do on the ground with, the global issues as well. Because one good example is the work that we are all doing right here. For instance, I know there are so many young people that have been engaging, for example, in either educating their communities about climate and environmental challenges, or a lot of young people as well that are engaged in restoration initiatives. We just had the National Tree Planting Day the other day, and you saw how a lot of the young people organized initiatives, organized activities for people to be able to participate. And I think that opportunity for us to collectively be able to bring also and bridge that gap between the work we do on the ground and how that now affects or is influenced by the global environmental challenges. I think one key thing I've learned within my journey is that linkages. How do we link the work we do at the grassroots with the global issues at the same time? And how are we able to use our stories as well to amplify the work that we do and also bring other people along with us, and at the same time use that work that we're influencing on the ground to make bigger policy changes. I think one of the other ways in which this has happened is when young people have the opportunity to speak about their initiatives, to speak about their work, then people in a huge way are compelled to want to do much more beyond what these young people are driving. So I think for me, the most important thing is that we can be able to continue to use our voices, to talk about the work we do, to own our narratives, to own our stories in a way that we can be able to talk about what it is that we are doing, what we are contributing in our initiatives. And I think the other point about resilience is, of course, there are so many challenges right now that we face in this space as we try to advocate for greater changes. But at the same time, I think those challenges are what should be able to uplift us and drive us to take meaningful action. I think for many times, and most of the initiatives I've been able to engage in, including the one I mentioned, the Green Generation Initiative, this was heavily driven by seeing challenges around me. By witnessing, challenges around me, deforestation, being able to link that up with climate change, and then asking myself as a young person, what is my contribution? What is that one thing that I can be able to do to ensure that I am making a difference? And I think it all started with a campaign that we dubbed Adopt a Tree campaign, to make sure that every child in every school can get an opportunity to plant and adopt a fruit tree each in their school compound. And this would also make sure that we address food security. And at the same time, we would nurture these children to grow up with the same love, the same care, and the same passion for the environment. I think for me, that is one key learning, how we can pick challenges and not feel very overwhelmed by them, but use that feeling of being overwhelmed to drive action, to do something about it. And then together, when we come together collectively, then that power of collective action is very significant, even in influencing policy at the global scale. Thank you.
Say that there are many people in this room who hold power, and to every single one of you, I think is, what are you going to do to create space for the young people who need that space to share the work they're doing and their ideas for a better future? Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for sharing that. There's a key point that you spoke about, which I think is so across geography. And I think it's interesting around linkages across circumstance or demographic.
And really that question now for Francesca is, you mentioned a little bit about stories of vulnerability that have transformed into, impact or transformation even. Would you mind sharing a little bit about that? And what we might learn from those stories?
Thank you very much for asking that question, which allows me, of course, to go back to my messages. And I will be picking up on what Dr. Lucia was also saying. She was really illustrating quite exhaustively how women bear the burden of the climate change because of and especially in pastoral societies, and after this extended drought, failure of 6 rainy seasons, so 3 years. And what has happened is that when the livestock has died, and especially in a context, I was talking about land loss and privatization, and where I work in the south of Kajiado and south of Narok, what is happening is land subdivision, where the pastoral commons have been subdivided and privatized. So my stories take place in this context of drought. So the consequences of this extended drought that has impoverished the people, and at the same time this process of adjudication of the land. So what has happened is that with livestock that has unfortunately massively been destroyed by the absence of rain, most often men who are traditionally supposed to take care of the cattle are led to diversify activities and are much less at home, which leaves women be the head of the homestead and really make the burden of the domestic chores more heavy. And what is unfortunate is that this increased responsibility doesn't translate to increased rights. And in the context of land reforms, unfortunately, when the land is registered, it is registered in the name of the man. And the women, thanks to the very progressive Kenyan constitution, are allowed to be co-owner of the land. So on the title deeds, the wives and co-wives will be co-owner and having what is called an overriding interest, which means that if the land is to be sold, they have to approve that sale. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen. So in the context of the drought and with the men being, having a very hard time dealing with the fact that their very precious cow have passed and they are left with almost nothing. I've had a very hard time making rational decisions on how to manage their property. And by becoming landowners overnight, most often than not, the land has been sold. And we have been, and we are still, seeing a massive, movement of land sales, both in South Kajiado and South Narok. And this really translates in the disenfranchisement of women, children, and family altogether. Now, stories that I want to, share could be, telling the story of how these women are, of course, made more vulnerable in the face of land reform, in the face of climate change. But actually, what we have been witnessing is collective action from these women. There is Maasai women are very often taken as an example of marginalization. And I can assure you there is nothing like that. the power that we have been, witnessing. So one story is from Kajiado South, and because of these massive land, sales, and the man disposing of the money of the land sales in very immoral ways, as the women would, framing it, drinking, chewing, spending time with a girlfriend. What these women have, done is that they have leverage on their existing networks, these chamas that you are all familiar about, and if you are not, those are self-help groups that the women very often have to pull money together, share, try to fundraise, and when one of them is in need, they can borrow from the group and things like that. So leveraging on these social groups, they have got together, taken up sticks, and you know that in pastoral society, sticks are the man, are the symbol of the power of the man. They have taken up these sticks, go to the trading center, and literally beat up the man. And I'm not joking. There has been several demonstrations like this, where the women have voiced their dissatisfaction, and they have tried to reinstitute morality. And I found it extremely powerful to the way they show unity in purpose more than the man, that have shown to be very individualistic in the way they have used title deeds, sold the land, and used the money. Women have protested, demonstrated, and finally got the chiefs and other administrators to get involved and try to rehabilitate the situation. And if I have one more minute, the other story is from Narok South, where a very similar scenario with women being not included in the registration process. So here they haven't taken up sticks, but they have allied to the youth, the Morans, as they are called in the Maasai societies, and they have demonstrated to make sure that at least the sons are included in the registration of the land, because normally it only goes to the head of the household, which is the father. So why would it be a success story if they have not even pleaded for them to be included? I think they knew that that would have never been accepted, and they have allied with the youth and made sure that the sons, that all their sons got the land, because they knew that if all of them got the land, they would have had more chances to secure tenure. So here we see a lot of agency, a lot of collective action, and I want to stress the collectivity, because it is really what made a difference. This took place just before election, and I can tell you that all politicians that were passing by, they were ensuring the mamas that their plight would have been heard. Mamas could not be ignored, and it is a story of power. So thank you.
Thank you. This theme of collective action keeps coming out over and over again. And I think what we've heard also is what it looks like for people to take their power. I'm now curious for you, Daktari, as someone who's been doing this work for a long time, and someone who also does this work, at also in some ways a policy level. What does empowerment look like from a policy level, and how might we help that process along a little bit?
Thank you. Empowerment. Yeah, thank you. Women economic empowerment. Empowerment at the policy level for women means that women are involved in decision making that influence the activities, for example, at the count level, and those activities impact on the women themselves, they impact on the communities, they impact on families, they impact on the counties, they impact on the whole nation and the economy at large. So I'll give an example of what we have been doing at the Women's Economic Empowerment Hub at the university. So what we've done is we've realized with the inequalities that exist in Kenya today, these inequalities are in the area of education, area of nutrition, area of ownership and access to resources, including land that is critical, land and other natural resources that are critical when it comes to issues related to climate change. So what we've done is we analyze the situation, and especially when it comes to policies, because we know one of the provisions of the Constitution of Kenya is the issue of public participation, that laws and policies do not pass before we have public participation, and that includes people at the county level to be consulted to put in their contribution in the areas of their interest with regards to different policies and laws. So what we've done is when there's a call for public participation and we discuss these issues with them, in the process, we have realized that women, even those in the rural areas, are able to learn the issues because they relate directly to the issues that are related to them and to their interest. So with this, we train them and we discuss the issues with them, and these people are able to go and represent those issues themselves at the county level and follow up until these issues have been included in the policies as when we get the final policies or the final laws. What we've done is we have followed with some of the recommendations that we've done and some of the recommendations that the women have given at the county level and at the national level, and we have found that their recommendations, which have an impact to them and the work they do, have been taken up and appear in policies. So in that way, women contribute directly to policy making. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. Thank you very much. Charlene, the question I had for you, you already answered. Excuse me. It was very powerful what you did just there, which was amplifying the voices of the people who are at the forefront and doing the work. And again, it speaks to this idea of collective action, of being in solidarity with one another. As someone who is really involved at a policy level, at an ideas level, and personally I find that the voices of African women are often at the margins of the global climate conversation. What are the conversations that we should be having? Yeah, perhaps you could talk a little bit about that from your perspective.
Thank you for the question. I think actually I want to reiterate and say we need to move away from conversation into action. Because as Liz rightly pointed out, it's our action on the ground that will influence the decisions and actions on national and international platforms. So my view for us as young women is to begin acting, because as I mentioned in my speech, I looked for an example of a young woman with disability who is active in the climate space, and there's not one. This could be for many reasons that maybe our researchers can tell us about, but I'd assume it's because of access of information, its lack of inclusivity. But I'm imagining as young women, if we begin to get involved in action activities, even from a simple thing as planting and nurturing of trees, also looking at the economic opportunities within the climate space, such as running a tree nursery and actually being able to sell seedlings and trees to people who want to plant trees. I think for us to actually enhance the conversation, we first need to enhance the action on the ground.
Amazing, thank you. So again, another theme of like rooted in action is really at the core of what the youth movement seems to be about. Thank you. At this stage, I think I'm not going to be selfish. I have more questions, but I'm going to invite questions from the audience. I have received a few. Perhaps if I call your name, we have 2 roving mics, I think. Yes? And then you can stand up, share your question for the panelists for whom it's for. Wow, that English sentence was not a very good one. Okay, so our question there's a question from Linda to Francesca. Is Linda in the audience with us? Linda spelt with an H. Okay, is she shy? Okay, how about I ask the question on her behalf, just in case. Okay, so the question is, what is the correlation between GBV, land, and matters climate change? Francesca. Yeah.
Gender-based violence, climate change, and land. Well, I mean, climate change and land, I don't need to make because it's very, evident. Gender-based, violence. I wouldn't know how to. I wouldn't know how to go there. To that, I am trying to think because the story. When you talk about violence, is of course all the negative impacts that we can imagine. And I think it is a story of having to change cultural practices, social practices, and isolation. I was saying that the women are often left, and I'm really talking about pastoral societies that I am familiar with, and climate change really create a situation where the women are left home, and their burden is made unbearable, and especially a situation where they need to, as they were used to take care of the calves, of children, of homestead in general. They are forced to diversify. Climate change is a story of adaptation, and adaptation very often is the diversification. So we see them, becoming casual workers. In Kenya, we say kibarua. And that is, I think it is a story of, violence, even if not understood in the way maybe the, Italian ambassador was, referring to in the morning, because, becoming a casual worker and really relying on the erratic, the erratic, rainfall, or the harvest, and be made available to, having to be, available to the employers, having to sell your work at the price that is offered, and not having much room to negotiate, because you are offering more than you are demanded. So I would say that is a form of violence of having to change your socio-cultural practices, having to give up your culture to some extent. And this is not, I think it is very painful, and we see it in the field. So that's how I interpret it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. It's a conversation around vulnerability also, right? And the more we've seen linkages between vulnerability and increasing, on both sides, increasing levels of gender-based violence. Thank you for that answer, Francesca. Is Christine Karanja in the audience? She's got a question for Daktari, for Professor Mary. Okay, I shall ask the question. Daktari, how do women and youth best position themselves to tap into African Continental Free Trade Area cooperatives and tech for demographic dividends? It's a very technical question.
Thank you very much. To begin with, the African Continental Free Trade Area and other regional trading arrangements, including the East African Community and COMESA, really provide opportunities, for everyone, for men and women, young people also to get engaged in economic activities and business and trading and make quite some money. These trading arrangements, of course, they provide, free trade area, and which means trading is not, people are not paying taxes, and therefore the benefits are much higher. Now, how to position themselves? I think the opportunities are there. And one of the key challenges that we have found to do with why countries are not exploiting the free trade arrangements that are available in the African continent is because of lack of finances, for example, and lack of harmonization of standards along the countries within the continent, countries that are trading together. And how these countries are approaching them, including the African Continental Free Trade Area, is to harmonize the trading regimes, the standards, the requirements, and so on. So to position themselves, the young people, they need to get acquainted, with these trading arrangements that are happening. What are the requirements? It is free trade area. That is only about the tariffs or the import duty, which is free. But there are other requirements. There are issues related to trade facilitation, issues of standards, issues of rules of origin, issues of, all that, the use of e-commerce and so on. So what the young people can do, and because young people, we know, compared to the older generation, they are more, tech savvy, and especially with regards to the e-commerce and digital trading, is to get themselves better acquainted with that and understand the processes that are needed to trade in the through African Continental Free Trade Area. What are the requirements? What are the standards of trading in the different products? What are the requirements of other businesses, including trade-in services? Because trade-in services offers a lot of opportunity, but most of the times what countries are talking about is issues of, goods, exporting this particular good to, let's say, West Africa or Zambia or other countries within the continent. So the issues of, potential for trade that is existing in the region, they need to get acquainted with that, and also the requirements, and then they go ahead and exploit that. The issue of finances, because that becomes a big challenge in any trading. Trade finance is one of the key challenges. Young people also need to identify the sources of finance. I know the government, for example, in Kenya provides the affirmative action funds for the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, or such funds, or where one is able to borrow money so that they can be able to engage in the regional trade. Opportunities are there, and countries can take up those activities. Maybe I can point out at this point that the Department of Economics will soon be launching trainings on African Continental Free Trade Area, targeting the whole of IGAD, and that will be done very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. So we have a question here from Kelvin to Elizabeth. And I might ask us to actually now start to be a little bit brief because I think we're coming towards the end of the program. What is the best way to raise a generation that is climate sustainability oriented? Yeah, it's a good question.
The best way to raise a generation that is environmentally conscious. I think I'll start with the work that we do at the Green Generation Initiative, like I mentioned earlier. And the first thing is to find opportunities everywhere. Find opportunities to make a difference, find opportunities to be creative, find opportunities to nurture the environment, even in the face of a great challenge. And a simple example is, personally, I planted my first tree when I was really young. And as a young girl then in the most forested county in Kenya, I think being surrounded by trees and being able to see how nature, benefits us as human beings as well, has something that has grown in me the whole way. And I think behaviors and attitudes as well begin to change when people are still young. And that's why we began with young people, we began with the children, because that's where it all begins. And right now, I think as young people, when we find opportunities everywhere, then it means that we can identify with challenges and then find something that we can be able to do to address those challenges. And then the second thing, after you've found opportunities in the challenges and you've identified the challenges, it's the question about how do I take my power? How do I find my voice? How do I find my place to be able to implement solutions that will address these challenges? And I think I have learned this with being able to work with a lot of the young people. I mentioned earlier the African Youth Climate Assembly, and I'm really excited to see a lot of the young people that we worked with are actually in the room. And how we found opportunities, the fact that the Climate Summit, Africa Climate Summit, was coming to Nairobi. And we asked ourselves as young people, we don't want to watch from the sidelines. And it's one thing to not want to watch from the sidelines, but it's another thing to do something about the challenge that we realized that we've been watching from the sidelines. So we came together and decided to create ideas and solutions of how young people can be involved in the Africa Climate Summit. And of course, we presented these ideas to the Africa Climate Summit team, to the Ministry of Environment. And the next thing was the fact that young people have organized themselves, they have come together, and they're only asking to be involved in the process. And it ended up being the official youth engagement mechanism for the Africa Climate Summit. So it's finding the opportunity and then bringing something to the table and saying, look, this is what I'm doing back in my community. This is how I'm influencing change, and I want to be a part and parcel of that process. And I know at some point you were joking and saying, if you're not invited at the table, you can bring a foldable chair. Like, always make sure that you are part and parcel of that conversation. And I think the other thing is also making sure that we are part of a community. How do we as young people bring others along with us? How do we join networks and initiatives that already exist to make sure that we are not alone? Because I like how you completed the story of the hummingbird, that when one person is doing the best that they can, that is in itself is what I call the power of one person. But then if we are able to come together as a community, then our voices are amplified together as one. And I think for me, that is how I can frame it in terms of it takes that journey. But the first thing is you have to also really believe in your capacity and your power to make a difference. A lot of times as young people, the reason we get so overwhelmed is, of course, the challenge is very huge, and we feel as though our contribution is not significant to addressing the problem. But I want you to remember that you're not alone in this fight. Billions of other young people are fighting along. Billions of other young people are leading initiatives. And I think that belief and that community and that collective action, once again, is what will give you the momentum and will fuel your energy to keep going. The other thing we face as young people in this journey of trying to, understand the environmental challenges around us, trying to be environmentally conscious, is sometimes we feel very frustrated. For example, if you are leading initiatives on planting trees and then you realize actually there's deforestation happening elsewhere, that can lead to frustrations. But again, there is an opportunity in there to use your voice to advocate for the protection of existing ecosystems. So I think for me, it's just finding the challenge around your community. What is that one thing that you want to change in the country? What is that one thing that you want to change in your community? What is that one thing that you want to change in your organization where you work, in your institution? and then that one thing, find one solution and get along with it, join others, join networks and initiatives, and then begin to base your foundation, your passion and your energy on that reason why you started the work that you do. And I think with that, it carries on. It keeps being with you every other day. In fact, the passion keeps fueling you every day to see more challenges and want to address them. But it has to be deeply rooted in that passion and, you know, that challenge that you're trying to address. And I think fulfillment now is you seeing that challenge begin to have a solution. It's you seeing, you know, the challenge you're trying to address, you begin to see change. And I think that even gives you more joy. It gives you more fulfillment to want to address more challenges. But you have to take your power and believe that that thing that you're doing right now has the ability to transform the world in ways that you can't even imagine. Thanks.
Thank you, Elizabeth. That's very inspiring. Thank you. And in recognition that this is sort of the first day of the 16 days of activism, there's a question from Boniface Kipchumba to Charlene. What is the role of youth in curbing gender-based violence?
I think that the role of youth in curbing gender-based violence, and before I get into that, a lot of young people I meet are actually breadwinners in their families. They're the ones who are standing in for their families, either their parents are retired or are out of work. And I think that young people really see a lot that happens in their families and what's happening around them. And I think, first of all, as a young person, if you've experienced or you've been a third-party observer of gender-based violence, whether it's in your home or somebody else's home, I think the first thing we need to do as young people is share what we've seen with others, yes, with the relevant authorities, but also with mental health practitioners, with even our friends. Because now if this is something that we keep within our system, then there's a bitterness and an anger, and there's a way it starts shaping our concepts and our frame of mind as we move forward. And if it's not something that we release, then it's something that can become very negative in our lives. So I think the first thing we can do is share. If we've seen something that has happened, yes, we can report incidences, but also for our mental health relief so that we don't have to keep these things in the back of our mind. Secondly, I think most importantly is, I think there's a platform today that has been created in regards to activism, being a part of such forums and institutions that help us to understand more how do we support. We can support from a policy perspective, we can support from reporting, we can support from supporting even people who've gone through that process. So I think being a part of conversations like this is something we need to keep doing as young people so that we know what to do when it comes to the time to act. So I think those two areas.
Thank you very much, Charlene. And I think to reiterate that part of it is, as a youth is to seek support where you feel safe. And there's a lot of organizations right now doing that kind of work around gender-based violence that you can seek support and know that you're not alone. And here we are towards the end of what has been an incredible panel. I have just one last question for each speaker, and I would like your answer to be just one word. And my question is, it can be really easy to feel kind of helpless and overwhelmed in this space around climate. We see what's happening around us all the time. What gives you hope? I'd like to end on a hopeful note. Perhaps we can start with you, Charlene. What gives you hope?
One word.
Ideally. You can do up to 10.
What gives me hope is seeing the efforts of young people in climate action every single time. I meet so many young people and seeing their efforts in climate action, whether it's planting trees, nurturing trees, whether it's participating in conversations like this, it gives me so much hope because I never meet the same young people in a forum or in an activity.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Daktari, what gives you hope?
In the work that I do with women economic empowerment, I see that women have ideas and women, are ready to take action. and women are willing. And that is what gives me hope, because I know they may not be that high level. They are, at the lowest level of the chain when it comes to whether it's business or income or whatever they are doing, but they have ideas, and they are willing to learn. That gives me hope. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you. Francesca, what gives you hope?
It gives me hope, the relentless fights that we see around, that we witness, and we hope to contribute. I think we have, with all the words we have been sharing. Today we might have contributed.
Thank you, Francesca. Elizabeth, what gives you hope?
It gives me hope knowing that, number one, I'm not alone in this fight. And number two, that every time I use my voice and the work that we do with a lot of other young people is in one way or another impacting lives, inspiring people, and that in itself is something to be hopeful about. Thank you.
Thank you. And to say that your conversations today have given me hope, so thank you very much. And on that inspired note, yes, a round of applause. Thank you. I'd like to now invite two esteemed guests, Dr. Elena Galenka, Director of the Italian Institute of Culture, and Mr. Giovanni Grandi, Head of the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation in Nairobi, to usher us towards the closing of this program. If you'll stay seated, and they're going to offer a token of gratitude to each of the panelists.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. And first, thank you for being here. And since they are setting up the stage, let me just take the opportunity to thank all the panelists. So Elizabeth, Francesca, Dr. and Charlene, and our beautiful moderator, Aleia Kassam. Thank you so much. Now.
Are you more comfortable here?
Yes, let's go.
Let me take this from you. Actually, Elena, before we begin, if I may ask you, I can see there's something in the wing. Yes. If you can help us say thank you to the panelists, and then, perfect. And oh, wow. What, wow. Okay, let me help you. I've got that. Are you sure? Okay. Okay. Typical, yes. I'm not saying anything.
Thank you very much for being with us. It's really a pleasure, and just a small reminder of this morning.
Giovanni, may I ask you if you can just angle this way for a photograph? Thank you. Thank you. That's very kind of you.
Superb.
Thank you. Thank you. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. And if we can give a round of applause to our panelists as they leave the stage, and we'll thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. It's not working. It's not working. Yes.
Let me help you.
Let me see.
Now it should be working.
Yes. Okay, so as I was saying, this beautiful event of today is definitely the result of a teamwork. So first, I just allowed me to thank all the people involved in the organization. So all the staff of University of Nairobi, all the staff of Italian Agency for Development Cooperation in Nairobi, and all of my staff at Italian Cultural Institute. Thank you very much for made this possible. Then thanks again to the panelists, to University of Nairobi for hosting us, to the moderator, and to all of you for joining us. Now, my role today is to explain to you a little bit more about the photos you are going to watch or you have watched before, that they are outside. So this is an exhibition called I Want You to Know, and I invite you to read the first panel that is here at the upper floor, and it will tell you about the origin also of the title. Now, this is the result of another teamwork, and it started in a quite simple way. Some months ago, we invite a photographer to come here in Kenya and just spend some days and see what was happening. But then, this became a collective work. So this is not anymore just the exhibition of the photographer. Her name is Gaia Squarci, but it's a collective exhibition. So it's the exhibition by Gaia Squarci, Alphonse Alwoch, Ruth Mutinda, Jamal Godisa, Catherine Kabiru, and Kelsinyaga. So I want to thank all of them for joining in this job. The exhibition is divided into parts. The first part is on the upper floor, and it features two stories of women that they have different stories, but both of them in some way they are involved also in activism, in climate action, and more in general in women empowerment. So the two women, their name is Jan James and Sereti Nabala. I don't know if Jan James is here, but I saw Sereti, and I just want to take the opportunity to thank her for allowing us to photograph her life. I invite you to read their story, and the picture has been shot part in Narok with Sereti and part in Nairobi. So Sereti is an activist and Jean is an entrepreneur, and in a different way, they both work in climate change and in women empowerment. Then on the lower floor, it's the second part of the exhibition. So this is the more collective part. So the photos are from all the people who I've mentioned before, and it is set in Madare. So this group of photographers spend some time in Madare, and they feature stories from the area of women, of people, and they are stories of hope, struggles, life, we can say. So I just invite you to watch both parts of the exhibition. And just to finish, I want to thank again all the people involved in the organization of the exhibition, which is another collective work. So again, Italian Cultural Institute and Italian Cooperation, We World NGO, and then we have Corton on the Move Festival and Muelu Foundation. Thank you to them, and thank you to all of you for joining us today.
Well, I had prepared a very formal intervention, and first of all, good afternoon. And thank all of you for being here. It is really a pleasure for me to have participated, to have thought together with the team of the Development Cooperation, with the Embassy, with the Institute about this event and about the campaign. We, as my ambassador was saying, we need to have a collective answer to a phenomena which is absolutely unacceptable, which is violence against gender. My ambassador was saying that normally it happens within the beloved, and this is absolutely the truth. It's a reality. If we think of Italy and we look at statistics, just to give you some numbers which are impressive, I must say. From the beginning of this year, we had 150 murders, which means women and girls who are no more with us. And this is unacceptable. And 90% of these crimes happened from the hands of either the fiancé or the former fiancé who did not accept to be abandoned. Now, what are we talking about? Is this love? Is this what we are teaching to our children? I don't believe this is correct. I don't believe this is something we can continue to bear. It's something that is unsustainable. And I'm really happy that we are launching this campaign in this university, because it was said, it's a question of education. It's a question of education to change totally the mentality that we're having in our societies. And either we do this all together, and I'm really happy that we are here with all of you students, because you are definitely the propeller of the message that needs to be changed. And this campaign is having a lot of events that are foreseen. The one we had today, and I really want to thank the panelists for their contribution, was trying to stress the issue of women and the effects on women in climate change. But I would say that from the panel that we had today, my getaway is the effect of women on climate change and not climate change on women. We have had the evidence of very successful women showing us a way where they can react, where they can be at the forefront of any intervention on a phenomena as climate change, which is affecting all of us. So I really thank all of you, because this has been inspirational for us, all of us. And I think that we ought to get, as I said, talking about as a man, as a father, and also as a grandfather, we need to get out of this concept, which unfortunately is still within the mentality of our society, where we tend to confuse love with possession and power. It's not a question of relationship between men and women, where we pretend that we love each other. It's a question of power, and we ought to stop this immediately. So really, thank you very much for being here today, and I hope really that the more we put together our efforts, and the more the word will be spread out. And for the future generations, take inspirations from the young women that we've seen here today, who gave us a real message in how to change things on a phenomena which all of us are affected, but that not only is on the shoulders particularly of women, but these women and girls are those who are reacting better than anybody else and showing us the way to get out of this phenomenon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Giovanni. I think at the core of this idea, there are these big systemic issues at play, and I think one of the really powerful things about today is what it looks like for each and every single one of us to start to help change these systemic issues. I hope that today has been inspiring. I hope it's been insightful. I hope it's helped you reflect on what it is that is the thing that you can do in your own life and in the world. I want to say really a very big thank you for being with us. On behalf of the organizers, a thank you to the sign language interpreter. Thank you so much for guiding us alongside. We're really grateful. And to let you know that there will be lunch served outside and the photographic exhibition. But if I can ask you, when you're leaving, to leave from that doors, the ones up there, there's a little gift for you that you'll be able to get as you walk out, a gift that will help you do your own little small thing in the world, and then you can take the lift down to the 5th floor, which is where lunch will be. And I have one more favor to ask you. I was asked to take a photo. May I take a selfie with all of you? I've never done this before. I saw Larry Mado do it, so I'm like, also me. Okay. I don't have a fancy iPhone, so let's see how this will work out. I have an Android. Okay, here we go. And I also have very short arms. So what are we going to ask everyone? Maybe it's a video. Should we do a video? Okay, what should we ask everyone to say? Activate! Woo! Thank you. Please do check out the rest of the Activate campaign. There's some incredible events organized over the next couple of days. And I hope that you have a wonderful rest of the day and a weekend that is full of hope. Please enjoy yourselves and thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure. Good, how are you?
I'm Esther. We talked last week. I did a story about you. And oh my God, virtually. Yeah. Wow, it's nice. Thank you very much.